History.
Right, okay. Bye bye.
Hmm? దీనికోసమా ఏమంటాడు సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే పిచ్చేది అలాగే అవుతుందంటే అలాగే అవుతుందంటే ప్రిపేర్ చేసే ప్లాన్ చేయడం పట్టించుకోవట్లే అంతే కదా సార్ వస్తారు చెప్తారు ఇష్టం వస్తారు రస్మాన్ అలాగే ఉంటే సరే ఒకసారి ఆడియో టెస్ట్ తీసుకోండి ఆల్ ఎన్ఆర్సీస్. సరే ఇంకా జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు మీరు. చెప్పండి సార్ వాళ్ళకి, వాళ్ళు ఎవరున్నారు అక్కడ చెప్పండి. ఓకే,
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అండి. ఒంగోలు ఓకే.
Good morning, sir.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
We are from Rajahmundry.
ఓకే సార్, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. ఆడియో పర్ఫెక్ట్. విశాఖపట్నం, ఉమెన్ విశాఖ, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఉమెన్ విశాఖ. ఎన్ఆర్సీ కడప.
Good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. పివికెన్ చిత్తూరు, పివికెన్ చిత్తూరు. అనంతపూర్, పివికెన్ చిత్తూరు, అనంతపూర్. సార్ వినిపిస్తుందా? ఎవరు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వట్లేదు?
మాకు వినపడుతుంది.
సార్ ఈరోజు కంబైన్డ్ క్లాసా సార్?
లేదు కంబైన్డ్ కాదు, పొలిటికల్ సైన్స్. హీఈస్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఫ్రమ్ IIT తిరుపతి.
శ్రీకాకుళం, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
శ్రీకాకుళం.
వాల్యూమ్ పెంచండి కొంచెం శ్రీకాకుళం.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే.
Good morning, all NRCs. Our resource person will join within 5 minutes because some technical error is there, that's why. He will join within a couple of minutes. Please be. Next couple of minutes, please be there at respect to NRCs.
సార్ నాగబాబు అని ఉంది, ఎవరు సార్ వాళ్ళు? మొబైల్ నుంచి జాయిన్ అయ్యారు, నాగబాబు అని ఉంది. రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండి.
సార్ ఇక్కడ శ్రీకాకుళం కొన్ని కనెక్ట్ అవ్వకపోతే కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాను సార్, లాగౌట్ అవుతున్నాను.
శ్రీకాకుళం అయ్యారు కదా, మీరు లెఫ్ట్ అయిపోండి సార్.
అవును సార్, లెఫ్ట్ అవుతాను, లెఫ్ట్ అవుతాను.
ఆయన వెబెక్స్ లో కనెక్ట్ అవుతున్నారు. ఆయన వెబెక్స్ లేకపోవడం వలన ఒక 2 minutes పడుతుంది. ఈజ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఐఐటి తిరుపతి. విల్ స్పీక్ ఆన్ స్పీక్ అబౌట్ Indian knowledge systems with regard to our political science and also the political philosophy. All respective NRCs, ఎందుకంటే కమిషనర్ గారు he may visit our NRC Rajahmundry, కాబట్టి respective NRCs లో all participants should be alert. He may ask about the other NRCs and all the participants. Be cautious. he will visit our NRC, and from here he will address you also, or he can, we don't know what he will do. That's why be alert in all NRCs, political science and also history. Practitioners.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you very much,
Am
sir.
I?
No,
Yeah, yeah,
no issues, sir.
yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much, sir, and also welcome to Dr. Raghu Ramaraju garu, Professor Raghu Ramaraju garu from IIT Tirupati. Sir, this is Dr. Balasubramaniam.
Good morning.
I am from Rajahmundry FTP, and it means Faculty Training Program Academy is there. And
Yeah,
also
yes,
across
yes.
the state, we have 9 NRCs are there.
Mm.
All the NRCs are connecting, and this is online, sir. Almost 120 to 130 participants are there. They're all from political science background, sir. Now, I would like to introduce about Dr. Professor Raghuram Raj garu. He is from IIT Tirupati, and earlier he worked at Hyderabad Central University for about 30 to 33 years. And he got his PhD from the IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and more than 100 papers he published, and also he edited more than 10 books, and also more than 10 books he wrote, and presently he is sending articles to the writing articles to the Times, and also Telugu daily papers also he used to write, and his expertise in areas of Indian political philosophy, continental philosophy, bioethics, social and political philosophy, technology and society. So, along with this, I would like to mention few books also. Ramachandra Gandhi, Talks and Writings by Professor Raghuram Raj garu, and published by Oriental Black Swan, and also The Prince by Nicola Machiavelli. This is also written by Raghuram Raj garu, and Calibrating Western Philosophy for India, Rousseau, Derrida, and Vadedara Chandidas. This is published by Routledge, London. So, if you go on tell like that, there are more than 20 to 30 books are there, and modern frames and pre-modern themes in Indian philosophy also. It was written by Dr. Raghuram Raj garu. So, with this introduction, I would like to introduce sir. Please uh, just give about the Indian knowledge systems with regard to political science and also social sciences. This is what the theme we are expecting from you. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, for this kind introduction. And I thank you and Dr. Balasubramanian Garu for this invitation. And good morning, everybody. What I propose to do today is to present before you 4 models that will give us an idea about call as Indian knowledge system. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Am I audible? Yeah. So you 4 models that are related
Yes, sir.
to.
Audible.
Yeah, thank you. I'll present before you 4 models that will give that are around this concept called Indian knowledge system, and then try to show how they are connected. The first model is people who claim that there is no knowledge in India. So when we look at this
సార్ మీ
cell,
ఆడియో బాగోలేదు ఒక్కసారి చూడండి
audio బానే ఉందండి.
ఉందా ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే
Now it's okay. Is it okay now?
ఇట్స్ ఓకే సార్ స్పీక్ నో సార్ నాట్ రిసీవింగ్ సార్ మ్యూట్ లో ఉంది సార్ మ్యూట్ లో
Hello now? Now?
ఓకే సార్
Yeah. I wanted to present to you 4 models that are related to a knowledge system. Today, if you go into the official website of Government of India, it is located in AICT. It's called as Indian Knowledge System Cell. You will find a document that clearly states something very interesting. And the document is to make highlights on 2 important aspects. Sorry, one is to preserve Indian knowledge system. The other one is to use Indian knowledge system. What is problematic about this document is that before preserving, you preserve something because something is happening to that. Something is happening to that. And what is it that is happening to Indian knowledge system, which makes us in 21st century to embark on this huge, important attempt to preserve knowledge? And that is something which you don't find in this in the manifesto of the cell. The manifesto of the cell, as it is located within technology and science, AICT, does not consider the importance of knowledge in society, the relation between knowledge and society. And I am of the opinion that that relation is important, and it is here that political scientists like you can play a very, very important role in order to contribute to the success of Indian knowledge system. And that is what I wanted to present in what I call as model number 1. In the model number 1, the reason why we have in the model number 1, I invite your attention to the question, what happened to Indian knowledge system? Why are we interested in Indian knowledge system? Why are we interested in Indian knowledge system? The reason why we are interested in Indian knowledge system today is because there are people who rejected that there is anything called knowledge from India. The people who argued that India has not produced anything which is worth calling as knowledge. And who are these people? And unless you know who are these people who said there is no knowledge produced in India, you will not understand or you will not appreciate the solution to it. Namely, there is indeed knowledge in India. So, if you look at the manifesto of the Indian Knowledge System Cell, it gives us an answer. It gives us an answer. What is an answer? The need to preserve and use Indian knowledge system. What it does not give us is, it doesn't give us what is the problem for which this is an answer. What is the problem? What is the question to which this is an answer? And the question to which Indian knowledge system project today, which is doing rounds all over the place, is that there are people who said there is no knowledge in India. And do you want to know who are these people? The people who said that there is no knowledge in India were the British colonialist. Sorry, you have to bear with my throat, The British colonialist. And the British colonist, as very clearly available, is T.B. Macaulay. Macaulay, in his minutes, says something very, very interesting. Macaulay, most of us know Macaulay as the one who said, who dismissed that India, there is no knowledge in India. When he said that there is no knowledge in India, he referred to both Sanskrit and Arabic. According to him, that Hindus and Muslims are not capable of producing knowledge, and whatever that is there in these two languages is not considered as knowledge. But what is important to remember here is, he does not consider the regional languages as constituting language. Just give me 1 minute. Doesn't consider regional languages as embodying or containing any knowledge. So that is one part of it. But Macaulay is a very tricky person, and I request political scientists, teachers of political science, to go back and read Macaulay carefully. It is important to read Macaulay carefully because it's Macaulay who has misled us. Today, if there is a confusion amongst us about whether we have to consider something from India as having knowledge, or what was considered as knowledge or what is considered knowledge is merely a fiction and it is not knowledge, that both of them are created by the confusion amongst us intellectuals in India about knowledge from India is created by Macaulay. Then how he created it, that he did not reject, in rejecting that there is no knowledge from India, especially in Arabic and Sanskrit, he is not straightforward. It is a very, very tricky conclusion. There is a lot of, trick that Macaulay organizes in order to arrive at this conclusion. What is the first trick? That it is the British Parliament who set aside 1 lakh rupee to promote Arabic and Sanskrit in India. And Macaulay they constituted a committee headed by Macaulay. And Macaulay in that committee said that he went against the British Parliament and opposed this 1 lakh rupee, which is set aside by the Parliament to promote Arabic and Sanskrit in India. So so please remember that Macaulay is not against India. The first opponent of Macaulay is not Indians. The first opponents of Macaulay or the British Parliament. He goes to the extent in the minute to say that if you set aside, he didn't want the 1 lakh rupee to be spent in promoting science, Sanskrit and Arabic, and says, suppose if you still insist on spending this 1 lakh rupee to promote Arabic and Sanskrit, he will resign from this committee. He will resign from this committee. Now you see that there is a sacrifice associated with this, with the work that he's asked to do. He's opposing British Parliament, his own Parliament who constituted the committee. He's also threatening to resign if what his decision to oppose what Parliament wanted to implement in India, he ready to sacrifice his position and resign. Now, the reason why he threatens to resign and the reason why he's opposed to British Parliament spending 1 lakh rupee to promote Sanskrit and Arabic is the following. He says that there is an inconsistency in British Parliament's attitude towards education. And what is the inconsistency? In fact, he would even go to the extent saying that there is a hypocrisy in British Parliament's decision to promote Arabic and Sanskrit, by setting 1 lakh rupee per year. And the hypocrisy or inconsistency is the following. He asked the British Parliament, what is an education that you are promoting in Britain? You are not promoting Greek and Latin. You are promoting, English. You are promoting modern language. You are teaching science. You're teaching technology. You're teaching rational philosophies and promoting literature of modern type. Now, when you promote, these modern education in Britain, why are you promoting traditional education in India? So now you see that he is attacking the British Parliament. He, who is appointed by the British Parliament, attacks the British Parliament and then says that you should not promote Sanskrit and English. So you see that there are two different layers. One layer is he is opposed to his own government. He is also threatening to sacrifice, his position as head of the chairman of the committee. And third, he is pointing out that there is an inconsistency in the British Parliament. So on the face of it, if you look at these things, it looks as if Macaulay is a friend of India and enemy of his own Parliament. So because he is saying that become as modern and the British government is trying to do the other way around. Namely, they would promote modern education in Britain. So this is the first part where Macaulay does not say that there is no knowledge in India. Macaulay, in fact, is saying that the knowledge that Indians have is a traditional knowledge, and that traditional knowledge is no knowledge. And the traditional knowledge that he refers to is Arabic and Sanskrit. At the same time, he is also saying that he also rejects both Greek and Latin from the West as having no knowledge. So he's been very consistent. So when you are very consistent, then and you are consistent and your consistency, because of the consistency, there is a conflict between the British Parliament and the parliament that constituted you as a chairman of the committee. So this is the kind of a trick that Macaulay, comes up with. So we think on the surface of it, following the argument so far, it looks as if Macaulay cares for India and he's the one who wants India to be modern. So that's my first point. Is it clear? Hello.
Sir, clear, sir.
Okay, okay.
And how the Macaulay have played tricks to
Yes.
get it down the Indian traditional Arabic and Sanskrit knowledge, which is preserved
Yes.
in these two languages.
Yes, sir, yes. So shall I go ahead, sir? So
Yes, sir.
most of the time, whenever we read Macaulay, the general talk is about this particular line from Macaulay, namely, I quote, "A single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India and Arabia." So he's saying that there is no knowledge from India. And please remember, when he says that there is no knowledge from the traditional India, he is not saying that there is knowledge about classical Western. He rejects both Sanskrit, Arabic, along with Greek and Latin. And he wants British Parliament to introduce what they introduced in Britain, namely modern education, to the same modern education should be introduced in India. So that is the first thing that we have with Macaulay. And that's the reason why we should not just confine our attention when we read Macaulay about this single shelf the argument. Then you don't get the politics that he plays. So as teachers of political science, we should be able to reread these things so that we inform the AACT, the scientists, who are not very well versed maybe in these political and social domains. That's my first plea. And then as I mentioned to you, I'll quote to you that the sacrifice or the threat that he has. And what is the threat? And I quote, "If on the other hand, it be the opinion of the government that the present system ought to remain unchanged, namely promoting Sanskrit and Arabic by setting aside by setting aside 1 lakh rupee, then I quote again, I beg that I may be permitted to retire from the chair of the committee." This is for you, so that you know what the quotation from which I am trying to build an argument. So Macaulay from this discards Indian knowledge and threatens to resign an aspect of sacrifice for the welfare of the natives. And he wanted to modernize modernized knowledge to be introduced in India. Now, what is the problem with this? The problem with this is the following. The problem with this is, if India does not have a knowledge, and what constitutes knowledge is available with the British, should we modernize Indians' knowledge, or should we continue our traditional knowledge? And most of the national leaders were interested in were enamored by the modern knowledge, particularly scientific knowledge. If you look at P.C. Ray, Prafulla Chandra Ray, if you look at Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, you look at even Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, Tilak, Lokmanya Balagangadhar Tilak, except Gandhi, most of the national leaders did not reject the modern knowledge, particularly from modern science. Because one thing that is very, very important about modern science is it is tangible. You can see it, on the wall, that there is Newton's mechanics, there is Darwin's evolution, which explains in very clear detailed terms. Okay, what is the nature of evolution of the species, or what is the nature of the physical laws, gravitation, things like that. So it is very clear that we all wanted in the modern knowledge, and that is the decision of the national leaders. But the problem is in the following, namely, if you accept modern knowledge system as recommended by Macaulay, then you lose an argument for India's independence. How you lose an argument for India's independence? You lose an argument for Indian independence in the following way. How? Says that since India doesn't have a knowledge, traditional knowledge is no knowledge, both in India and in the West, and knowledge now is only modern knowledge, then the question that is raised is, who can impart this knowledge? And the answer is, it's the British who can impart this knowledge. British have imparted this knowledge in Britain. And if you want modern knowledge, the people who are capable of imparting modern knowledge, either in Britain or outside, are the British. So if British are the ones who can impart the modern knowledge, then they have right to rule India. They have a right to rule India because Indians are not capable of imparting modern knowledge. That's the reason why colonialism is justified. You understand now? It is not a straightforward argument. It is a very, 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 it's like a, to use a cricket metaphor, it's like bowling a googly. Okay, it's a spin bowling. It's not straightforward bowling. So unless you understand the intricate aspect of the spin bowling, you will be trapped by Macaulay. And if you get trapped by Macaulay, we will be in the state of confusion as we are today. What is our state of confusion? There are people who want traditional knowledge. There are people who want modern knowledge. Now they don't understand that both of them are victims of Macaulay. Both of them are victims of Macaulay because Macaulay is neither, traditional nor modern. And as long as, it's my submission, as long as there is this confusion, as long as we don't understand Macaulay's tricky argumentative nature, there will be confusion, there will be ambiguity, and as long as there is ambiguity, we will be in utter confusion. And as long as we are in utter confusion, there is no way we can make progress in doing anything positive about Indian knowledge system. Forget about it. Because if you wanted to promote Indian knowledge system, you have to have a clarity. And that clarity is denied to you by Macaulay. It's a very, very organized and very consensus that they have built to rule India. There is nobody who in the East India Company or in the British Parliament, including Macaulay, they will do anything for India. They will say, bring science to India. But nobody will entertain the idea that India should be free. The independence of India is closely related to introducing modern knowledge in India. Now, that's a very, very difficult situation to us, namely, whether we want modernity as available in the West, suggested Macaulay, and once you accept you want modernity, then you don't, then who are the people who can inculcate modernity and teach modernity to bring modernity in India? It is the British. If they are the ones who can do this, they have a right to rule us. So if they have a right to rule us, the colonialism will continue, and there is no reason, there is no justification for India to become independent. That means as suggested by my colleague, this is the point that I wanted to stress. As suggested by my colleague, if you accept Macaulay, then there is no freedom possible. There is no freedom possible. That is a trap that Macaulay has undertaken. Unless you know this trap, you will not make any progress about Indian knowledge system. That's my part one of the model, model number one. There is a part two of the model number one. Namely, there is a person called Paul Hacker who comes up with something different. And this is in addition to or in an extension of Macaulay. What did Macaulay refer to about Indian knowledge system? He referred to Arabic and Sanskrit, which are classical languages, Now then you can say, for instance, but we have people like Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, Gandhi, Radhakrishna, and even Tilak Maharaj. These are the people, who are opposing, who are intellectuals and who are also producing different knowledge. And you'll say that, okay, if British leave this country, they should leave the country. And if they leave, then Macaulay would say, who will rule you? And the answer from India could be that we will be ruled by these intellectuals, these freedom movement, leaders. Now there's this person called Paul Hacker, who comes up with a very interesting and a very chilling argument. And interesting and a chilling argument is the following. That is, he says that Swami Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, Gandhi, and Sarvepalli Radhakrishna, and then you can add anybody from the freedom struggle. They are all, says Hacker, are products of Western knowledge, and there is nothing Indian about them. There is nothing Indian about them. That they are not products of Indian tradition. All these people that I mentioned to you, they are products of Western education. They are all educated by the Western education, and that's why there is no indigenousness. There is no traditional aspects associated with their scholarship. So you may want to be ruled by these people, but please remember that they are the carbon copies of the Western knowledge. Okay, they are carbon copies of Western knowledge. Now you can decide whether you want to be ruled by the original Westerners or carbon copies of the Westerners. That is the kind of a point that comes. So you know what happens now is that I'll read this. This approach has two significant aspects. First, it dissociates modern Indian thinkers, including Vivekananda, from the classical tradition, isolates them from their predecessors. That means now once you follow this line of argument, then you find that Vivekananda is not your person. Vivekananda is not related to Indian tradition. Vivekananda is dissociated from Indian tradition, and now Vivekananda is connected to Western tradition. You understand? And who is Vivekananda? He's not a classical person in a Macaulay's thing. He's a modern person. That means Paul Hacker deprives India of an indigenous resources, intellectual resources, of not only classical resources, but also modern resources. That is the point that I wanted to emphasize. It can be seen as rejecting the first interpretation, where Vivekananda is referred to Advaita of Shankara. Second, Hacker finds the Western ideas and values in these thinkers disguised in superficially Indian garb to promote Indian nationalism. Hacker claims Vivekananda's practical Vedanta is derived from Paul Deussen. Thus, he concludes that Vivekananda and others are a product of Western ideas and values. All this brings us to a very interesting state. What is an interesting state? The interesting state is that Indian national movement is not Indian movement, it is a Western movement. It might look a bit paradoxical, but that is that you may have freedom, But please remember that the freedom that you have is not an Indian freedom. It is a version of a Western nation. You may get an independent, but the nation that you get is not Indian nation. You might call it an Indian nation, but it is not Indian nation. It is a derived version of Western nation. In fact, there is a political scientist called Partha Chatterjee who wrote a book called, Nationalist Thought in the Colonial World, a derivative discourse, where he argues that Indian idea of a nation is Western and Indian nation is derived from the Western nation. So now you just consider this, that you fight against your enemy and you win. And when you win, you feel that you won because you are different, you are successful. Suppose somebody says that you won, but you are only a carbon copy or Xerox copy of your opponent. What kind of winning that would be? At the point that I want to bring it to your to your attention. So that means with Macaulay, India ceases to have any knowledge from the tradition. With Paul Hacker, India ceases to have any knowledge in modern times. So this is the question which we should understand if you wanted to make any sense of Indian knowledge system's effort today that is gaining momentum. Unless you know this Purva Paksha, unless you understand who are the people who denied knowledge in India, you will not be able to make any headway whatsoever about the present interest in Indian knowledge system. In other words, today, if I take it, Indian knowledge system is an answer. But as it exists, the answer is not the answer to Indian knowledge system. The answer that is Indian knowledge system hangs in the air. That means we don't know what is the question to which it is an answer. It's like you conduct an exam and ask students to write an answer without giving them a question paper. Okay, so is that an examination? Definitely not. We are all today in the status of Indian knowledge system is an answer sheet without a question paper. Unless you understand what is the problem, what is the question, you will not be able to answer. The Indian knowledge system will go parallel. It will be exactly like you go to a class, an examination hall and distribute 100 papers, 100 answer sheets, and tell all the people to write an answer. What kind of answers will they write? They will write answers which they know. Okay, but you will not be able to evaluate the answer because they all will go parallel. They all parallel. Now, when can you evaluate the answers? If there is a question. If you give a question and students write answers, even though they are 100 or 200, you will know how to evaluate them. Now, the efforts of Indian knowledge system as they exist today are an examination without a question paper. And then since they will write answers, there will be contributions, but they will go parallel. You will not be able to evaluate them. And what can make you to evaluate the contributions is find out what is the question. What is the question? What is the problem to which this is a solution? What is a question to which this is an answer? And I wanted to submit before you that unless the question is available in model number 1. Okay, this is the importance of model number 1 is that it tells us who denied knowledge in India and what is the range of denial, pervasiveness of denial. That is not only denied for the classical but also the modern. So that's why reading Macaulay and Paul Hacker is very important. It is like that is the question paper which needs to be looked at very carefully. Is that clear, sir? Hello. Is that clear? If you can just raise your hand, that's fine.
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay. So now let me go to model number 2. The model number 2 is the Indian knowledge system that I just already referred to. What is that they wanted to do? They wanted to preserve and use the one place which is very good. There are some problems, there are some virtues. The virtues are this. If you go to any Sanskrit scholar or Arabic scholar, okay, I've not done much work on Arabic scholar, but on Sanskrit scholars, you find that they are very, very systematic people. They know the text very well. They know the text very well. Okay, their knowledge about classical texts are, superb. You go to a Nyaya scholar and ask them what is there in the Nyaya Sutras. They will tell you very thorough account about Nyaya Sutras. And also it's true about other schools, Kali, even in Buddhism, Buddhist scholars, all these scholars, they're superb. I'm from Tirupati. There are two Sanskrit related universities. One is Vedic University, the other one is National Sanskrit University. And I've interacted with some of them. They are superb, superb. In other words, this is what I call as cultures of preservation. Cultures of preservation. They're very good. But the problem with them is that they are enamored by their work. They don't talk to each other. A Nyaya scholar doesn't talk to Sankhya scholar. A Sankhya scholar doesn't talk to Vedanta scholar. Now, if this goes on like this, then the problem is that the knowledge will not grow. The knowledge will not grow. And for knowledge to grow, we need to have interaction with them. The second thing, which is the problem with this kind of this group of people, is that most of them do not know what their opponents are saying. For instance, there is a person called Sheldon Pollock who wrote an article which became very famous, wrote an article in English called The Death of Sanskrit. Now, I asked several Sanskrit scholars, do they know an article like this? Their answer is no. This is the problem with the people who are practicing. Now, it is not the problem. It is not their problem. It is our problem. We in academics have not told them that something like this is happening and you should respond to it. So I urge we should bring to the notice and then make them realize, get these texts translated into Sanskrit. That Death of Sanskrit article should be translated into Sanskrit, and they should read it carefully and respond to it. Okay, that is the thing that I find very important, because responding to your opponent is which will invigorate the interest in knowledge, that in Indian knowledge systems. Now, the other point that is the problem with this Indian knowledge system as it exists today is that most of the Indian classical texts are translated into other languages. However, the number of books that are translated from other languages to Sanskrit are very less. Now, this is another problem which we need to carefully, address. And we have to, as teachers of political science or or belonging to social sciences, it is important for all of you to reflect on it and then bring these dimensions into the notice of the traditional scholarship, and that will make the traditional scholarship vibrant, active, and then amenable for use. Otherwise, they will only be preserved. Now, only preserving without will not enable you to make it use. What can make anything useful is just make it available in a contemporary idiom. So this is the three problems that I find. There is a virtue. One thing is, today the amount of cultural text, the traditional texts that are preserved in India is amazing. You don't find that many, Latin scholars as you find, Sanskrit scholars, in India. But the preservation alone. So despite this amazing cultures of preservation tendency, the problem remains at these three levels. One, they don't talk to others. They become very, very isolated. And second, that they don't know who is their opponent. That is, their opponent is, they have to read not only Sheldon Pollock, but also Paul Hacker and Macaulay. And then you will see that their reaction to these people will bring a new dimension to Indian knowledge system. That is the point that I'm trying to make. In other words, I'm saying that model number 2 should pay attention, should spend time in understanding model number 1. Is that clear? The model number 2, that people who are practicing Indian knowledge system should pay attention to what is going on in model number 1. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Now, let me just now move towards model number 3. The reason why I moved to model number 3 is, you might ask this question: what is the need? Is it your idea, which is that model number 2 should read and learn about model number 1? Is it your idea? No, it is not my idea. It is an idea that is available in model number 3. And what is there in model number 3? In model number 3, you have this model number 3 is about Adi Shankaracharya. Adi Shankaracharya, if you look at his writings carefully, you will find what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is the following: that is, model number 2 should know about model number 1. What is model number 2? Model number 2 is an answer. And what is a question? Model number 1 is a question. Now, I wanted to spend 5 minutes to discuss model number 2. The model number 2, model number 3. Model number 3 is available, as I mentioned to you, in Adi Shankaracharya. Adi Shankaracharya was confronted by the problems created by Buddhism to Vedanta. Now, if you look at his writings carefully, you find that he is just not saying Vedanta is great. Okay, and keeps quiet. Okay, he's not just repeating what Badarayana in Vedanta Sutras did. Okay, he's not just keeping quiet. He's not just saying Buddhism is bad. Adi Shankaracharya spends lot of his quality time in understanding his opponent, namely Buddhism. So much so that he is considered as a Praschanna Buddha, a disguised Buddhist. Now you understand, the disguised Buddhism is used in a derogatory sense. No, I want to use it in a positive sense. And what is the positive things about it? Shankaracharya realized that you need to, in order to revive your own tradition, you have to know the tradition that opposed you. That means it is Buddhism that opposed Vedanta. So if I wanted to revive Vedanta, I should understand who opposed Vedanta, and in this case, the school that Buddhism. And then one thing that is there in Shankara is that if there are some good things in Vedanta, in Buddhism, he is not shy of learning from them. That's why he's considered as Praschanna Buddha. So it is not completely rejecting your opponent. If there are some good things in your opponent, he is the one who laid the foundation for learning things from the opponent, even while rejecting your opponent. Even if you are rejecting opponent, if there are some good things in the opponent, you must jolly well learn. In other words, Advaita Vedanta is a good things from Buddhism, the opponent, and also good things from Vedanta. So that's why Advaita Vedanta is quite different from classical Vedanta. And what is the difference? What is the obvious difference? The obvious difference is that Advaita Vedanta is argumentative, whereas classical Vedanta was in an aphoristic manner. In classical Vedanta, you find aphorisms. Brahman is that, Atman is that, this kind of a thing, and all kinds of things. Whereas, because this knowledge was rejected by Buddhism, Shankara embarks on providing an argumentativeness to Vedanta. So, if you read Badarayana's Brahma Sutras and if you read Shankara's Bhashya, you will find this to be a marked difference. That Vedanta Sutras of Badarayana are in an aphoristic manner. They're called sutras, Vedanta Sutras. Whereas what Shankaracharya did was he wrote a Bhashya. It's a Shankara Bhashya. And also you find later Ramanujacharya comes with Sri Bhashya, like that. So now you find that after Shankaracharya, philosophy has moved from aphorisms, that is sutras, that is Vedanta Sutras, so Vedanta Sutras, to Bhashyas. Now this is a different genre. And the different genre is because of the influence of Buddhism. The influence of Buddhism or the context of Buddhism. Now, the point that I'm trying to bring to your notice on from the model number 3 is this, and that is that the point that I made about the need for model number 2 to carefully read model number 1 is not my own. It is available in Shankaracharya. It is available in Shankaracharya. And I said that Shankaracharya did not come up with something new ideas about Vedanta. Most of the ideas about Vedanta are already there before him. What is new about Shankaracharya is that his reading of his opponent. His reading of his opponent. 2, incorporating good aspects of opponent. Incorporating good aspects, if there are any, in the opponent, and coming up with a very, a modified, strong and modified version of, reviving Advaita, reviving Vedanta in the form of Advaita. Now we find that this the idea that I am using when I said that model number 2, that is today's existing, the people who are preservators of Indian knowledge system and the people who are interested in preserving, in working for Indian knowledge system must pay attention to, read carefully, carefully and thoroughly. Excuse me. Carefully and the model number 1 that denied the very existence of model number 2. So that is a point that I'm trying to make in model number 3. Now you might ask the question, why? Okay, fine. You're saying that we have to learn the model number 2, which is Indian knowledge system, must read model number 1. Okay, and why should we read it? I have given you an historical reason why it should be read, and in fact there is a precedent to reading your opponent in the form of Sri Shankaracharya, and not only just Shankaracharya, he is the one who used what Foucault calls as is an author of discursivity. Afterwards, you find not sutras but bhashyas of bhashyas. Now here, let me just so if this is clear, so 3 models, but still you might ask the question, okay, this is fine with Shankara, but Shankara is very old. Okay, will that old strategy of Shankara, successful and useful at that time, be successful today? That is the question that one might ask. Things have changed. Science has come very dominant aspect of science came, and then so with this, can we taking your opponent seriously as available in Shankaracharya? So this is what brings us to model number 4, which is a lost model. The model number 4 is about the contemporary modern Indian thinkers, starting from Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyaya, Balagangadhar Tilak to Swami Vivekananda, and later to Sri Aurobindo, who did not. Now, these are the people who did not follow the model. And before that, I wanted to say that people who are working on, I want to make a very strong point here. The people who are working on Indian knowledge system today, and people and those who are working for Indian knowledge system today and not taking model number 1 seriously, are not the followers of Shankaracharya. This is the point that I'm to. This is a strong point that I'm to make. They don't follow Shankaracharya. They may be for Indian knowledge systems, but they are not followers of Shankaracharya. This is the point that I want to make. And then now let me take you to model number 4. The model number 4 is from the anachronistically is from the 19th and 20th century India. Now, model number 4 have all these people. I just read out these names like Bankim, Tilak, Vivekananda, Sri Aurobindo, and the others. Now, these are the people who have spent a lot of their time, not only in understanding classical Indian philosophy, but spent more time in understanding Western philosophy that came from colonialism. That is an opponent. Not only Western philosophy, but colonialism. These are the people. If you look at, there's a very, most fascinating book belonging to model number 4 is Balagangadhar Tilak's Gita Rahasya. Now, Balagangadhar Tilak wrote this, voluminous, almost 900-page book, while he was in Mandalay jail in Burma. Okay, and it is a book where you find that every page has reference to Western philosophy. Every page has Western philosophy. Numerous people, their number of, his command over Western philosophy is so thorough. In fact, it's much more than a professional philosopher like Radhakrishna. Now, what is he doing in this 900 odd pages? He's trying to show that Gita, what is the philosophy of Gita, is both Western philosophy plus. So, in order to show that, and then that means India is to Western philosophy. Indian philosophy of Gita is superior to Western philosophy. So he doesn't just say that; he demonstrates it in these pages. He wants to show how, for instance, there is a materialism in the Britain through colonialism is introducing a material aspect to Indian society, and we must accept it. Like, you remember, I mentioned just now that if there are some good things about your opponent, you should accept it. Shankara accepted the argumentative feature from Buddhism and made Advaita Vedanta a very profoundly, a mature text or a system. Similarly, you find he's trying to say that, he in fact says that excessive spiritualism of the Shankaracharyas is responsible for India losing its freedom. That's the reason why he says now, and he is trying to revive materialism in Bhagavad Gita. He finds materialism in Bhagavad Gita like the materialism in the West. And what does he say? He says that, can I just take 5 more minutes, sir? Hello, can I take 5 more minutes, sir?
Sir, we can.
How much time can I take?
Till 11:30, sir.
But a question and answer session, no?
15 minutes, sir.
Hello?
15 minutes.
Okay. So now I'll
11:15 plus 15 minutes, sir.
okay. 7 minutes I'll finish, sir. Okay. Ask this question. But now you find that there is a debate between Shankaracharyas, all Acharyas, and Tilak. Tilak says that Shankaracharyas have overemphasized on the Mukti and Bhakti Marga in Tilak, in Gita. And this Bhakti Marga and Mukti Marga has made Indians very, very dull. Very, very dull. They became very otherworldly and they neglected this world. And he shows that this is the reason for India losing its freedom. In contrast, he rejects all the Shankaracharya's interpretation of Gita. And in contrast, he says that he doesn't call his book Bhashya. Like, so you understand now, there is the sutras, Bhashyas, and he doesn't call it as Bhashya. He calls his book as Gita Rahasya, which means it is not his interpretation. It is the secret of Gita. It is the secret of Gita. And he says, he makes a big criticism on all Acharyas, saying that all Acharyas have superimposed their subjective feelings on Gita and they did not pay attention to what is there in the text. So he wants to disclose to us what is there in the text. He says that he uses a Mimamsa argument where he says, what is there in the beginning of the text? In the beginning, Arjuna was reluctant to fight war. And what happened? Lord Krishna told Arjuna to fight war. And then what did Arjuna do? Arjuna fought war. War involves violence. So he says, and war involves karma, not bhakti. So according to him, it is not bhakti, but karma, which is karma along with bhakti, that is important. Now you understand now, in saying that karma along with bhakti is important, he is accepting the material emphasis of modernity and colonialism. And then along with that, he says that there is a spiritual aspect to it, which is from India in the text. So that is the reason why you find that, and similarly you have Swami Vivekananda, who spends a lot of time in understanding its opponent, namely the British and Western civilization and Western philosophy, and then incorporates materialism. And he says that India needs not only materialism, but also spiritualism. No, not only spiritualism, but also materialism. He says that we must borrow materialism from our opponent, namely the British, and give them our spiritualism. They have materialism and we have spiritualism. Materialism alone is not good. Spiritualism alone is not good. So what is important is that materialism, we should borrow from them. Spiritualism, we should give it to them. And it is in this context, you find that today, if you look at the descriptive aspect of India is a place where you have both materialism and also spiritualism. Largely speaking, Indians are not exclusively materialists like in the West, nor are they exclusively spiritualists as was the case in the traditional time. There is a combination of both spiritualism in India today. If you find this phenomena, which is distinct from other societies, in other societies there is only pre-modern society. They are either pre-modern or modern. India is a society that has both modernity, materialism of the modernity, and spiritualism of the tradition. And if their foundations were laid from these people, this is the foundation that brought India freedom. This is the theoretical foundation that brought India its freedom. Today's India wants to be both materially strong and spiritually strong, and the foundations for it was laid by them. So the reason why I brought in the third model is to clarify this historicalness of opaque of obvious of the outdatedness of this thing, namely that Shankara learned from the opponent, but is Shankara relevant today? I'm saying, following Shankaracharya, Indian national leaders, whom I just mentioned to you, are the people who have followed this model and paid lot of attention towards towards understanding the opponent and dislodging them and coming up with a new formula of national movement, which is a successful movement. We got independence. We are the first people to get independence. We have set a precedent for other people to get freedom from the British. So Indian national movement is not a small movement. Now, what has happened with this movement is not something which is related only to related sorry. Hello, related only to president to all over the many other countries. So this is the reason why I brought in these four models, is to tell you that Indian knowledge system, to begin with, has to understand who are the people who opposed Indian knowledge system. So I covered two agencies who opposed Indian knowledge system. One is Macaulay, the other one is Paul Hacker. Macaulay robbed us of the classical status, knowledge to classical knowledge, and Hacker robbed us of the modern, people as belonging to this tradition. And I brought in there are some important virtues in second model, which is preserving knowledge, but then there are also serious problems. And one serious problem is they don't know the model number one. They don't know who is their opponent. And then I brought in, I said that this is not my idea. This is an idea that I find in Sri Shankaracharya, who spent most of the time in understanding the opponent, namely the Buddhism, and borrowing good things from the opponent. And then to the question that maybe Shankara is long back, a past of history, and is this model sustainable today? Then I brought in the national leaders who also followed the model number 3. That national leaders are the followers of model number 3, Shankaracharya. Whereas I find that model number 2, which is Indian knowledge system, has to take into consideration both model number 3 and model number 4. Unless this happens, there is going to be less progress, and we will not be able to make as much headway as we should be making. Okay, and here political scientists, teachers like you yourself in your work, and through you, your students can bring in lot of inputs and claim lot of space with systems and contribute to the growth of knowledge in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. NRCs, I request NRCs, if you have any questions, please ask. Hello. NRCs from various places. You can pose questions to the professor regarding Indian knowledge systems and the areas which he spoke now about Macaulay and all other. Hello. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
your valuable inputs regarding this Indian knowledge systems and how the Macaulay and the narratives which they developed after this the British during British period, and how to counter it, whether India is a nation by itself or an Indianized nation or the nation of the West, westernized nation. This is a important discussion, I think. At the same time, you spoke about the Shankaracharya and how he how he read about the Buddhists and also and criticized them, and it's as a model to set the things and how at the present time uh, to have this the knowledge of the what you call Indian preserved knowledge. Now we are preserving, and now it is a time to promote, I think. So promotion is very important. That's the reason why in the manifesto of the Indian knowledge systems also, as you said, that's going on. But ఆయన మెక్కలే ప్లే చేసిన ట్రిక్ మాత్రం చాలా నేనైతే వీ నెవర్ హ్యాడ్ అబౌట్ అంటే బికాస్ వీ డోంట్ రెడ్ అబౌట్ హిమ్ దట్స్ ద రీజన్ వై వీ డోంట్ నో అబౌట్ ఆల్సో వీ నీడ్ more cultivate the habit of reading, then only we can have this kind of knowledge. Otherwise we can't get this knowledge, and then we cannot give a proper direction to the present the students or the academics or academia. So thank you very much, sir. And from CCE and the Commissioner of College Education, and also the NRCs across the state, we have 9 NRCs, and also from 140 participants are there. And once again, I'm thankful to you and grateful to you for sparing your valuable time, because you are at IIT Tirupati. So generally you do have a lot of work. So thank you very much, sir. See you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir. Hello.
చెప్పండి.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, good morning. We are from NRC Chittoor.
చెప్పండి.
Sir, one question, sir. In Indian knowledge system, we had these innovations only in ancient India, but not in medieval India. What may be the reason, sir?
See, the both ancient and medieval India should be taken seriously, because whatever has happened in medieval India was not, it has to be, thoroughly looked at, and then we have to identify what is the nature of connection that ancient India makes to modern India. In order to understand the connection between ancient India and modern India, medieval India is the contributions from medieval India is very important. In fact, there are some people who argue that the weakness of medieval India scholarship is one of the reasons why British entered into India. That's one way, one thing. The other one is to look at whether there is any contribution, and what is the contribution. Is the contribution good, or requires more attention? And these are the things that we need to very dispassionately work out. Medieval India also is an aspect where Arabic plays an important role with Islam. Okay, whether what has happened between Hinduism and Islam is also one of the important themes that needs to be relooked at very carefully. Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Yes.
Sir, any more questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'll close this session with the permission of all NRCs, if you don't have any questions. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, sir, once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's wonderful talking to you. Yeah.
Good morning, Sneha ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your voice is also audible. Do you have
Okay.
any PPT, ma'am?
No, I'll go without the PPT.
Oh, that's good. Because if it is the PPT, we can share that also. It's fine. I'll invite other NRCs also to join, and then you can continue the session in another couple of minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I request other NRCs members, please join for the session 2. Other NRCs are requested to join because the resource person has already joined and she has been waiting. NRCs are requested to switch on your camera. NRCs Vishaka, Chittur, Ongole, Srikakulam. Please switch on your cameras, please. Srikakulam, Chittur, Vizag NRCs. Please switch on your video mode, please. Sneha ma'am, can we start?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Welcome for session 2 of 5-day faculty training program for political science faculty across Government of Andhra Pradesh under Nodal Resource Centers platform. For this session on day 4, I invite Dr. Sneha Bhagat, who is Associate Professor in Canadian, Latin American and American Studies at School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And she is earlier Assistant Professor in the Department of Political Science at Delhi College of Arts and Commerce. And her areas of interest include ethnic politics, diaspora studies. And ma'am, here the participants are the political science faculty from different government colleges in Andhra Pradesh. And Dr. Sneha ma'am is going to talk about Indian diaspora. The session is for you, ma'am. Please carry on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to like express myself on the topic which I have chosen, like India's cultural diplomacy and the role which Indian diaspora plays. And moreover, I am same like you people. It's just the other way around. Like I am no way. I mean, today I'm here to just give my expertise on this topic. So I hope I am audible and visible too.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
visible.
So I'll briefly try to summarize the topic. Like I first of all need to discuss the various aspect of like what exactly cultural diplomacy is, why we talk of the Indian diaspora, the challenges which are faced by the overseas Indians, the various government policies for the diaspora which has been evolving. Then certainly I want to discuss about the Indian culture, like why this Indian culture abroad is important, and then how this has transformed into a kind of cultural diplomacy. And moreover, I'll try to in a way summarize like how this soft power of this Indian diaspora is important for us. So basically, as we all know that India's geographical position in this Indian Ocean region, it actually allows India to like project this strategic influence in its extended neighborhood, and almost like encompassing the eastern littorals of this Africa, Persian Gulf, and the states of Central Asia, Southeast Asia. So when we say historically India almost like it did not covet extraterritorial aspirations, nor did it show any kind of aggressive intent against any country. And it was always a preferred it was always preferred by India to like use trade, religion, and culture to like influence the other countries. uh, if I say over the centuries, Indians have traveled to like distance of lands of trade, and in India under these colonial rulers has seen its people being transported to other parts of the world as like a kind of indentured labor to serve their interest of these colonizers. So, if we say this post independence, many Indians were, went to, this developed countries for their higher education and better employment opportunities. And if we go with the report of Indian Ministry of External Affairs, almost there were over just before 2020, there were over 30 million Indians living abroad in this nearly every country of this world. So, uh, I mean, in fact, they may have like adapted to this local environment, but it is always that it is always there to take the pride in continuing to maintain a kind of distinct Indian culture. So there if we say that there are various facets of this cultural or we can say Indian culture which form important constants of this nation's soft power. So almost in another half an hour we'll try to delve into this spread of this Indian diaspora to the other parts of the world, and how this community has almost helped the country in being the ambassadors of its cultural abroad. And if I say in this present 21st century, there has been we can say a determined effort by the political leadership to like encourage Indian diaspora to contribute towards building and enhancing friendly bilateral relations between their respective host nations and India. So diaspora is as we know, that is kind of emerging as a major economic, social and cultural force. So if we talk of broadly the Indian diaspora, so if we take the early period, say for example, when the people from this Indian subcontinent were since long they have been leaving its shores to like settle abroad for the variety of reasons. And if we say the like the ancient historical that actually accounts mention the Buddhist monks traveling from India to Central and East Asia. And if we take an example, like Emperor Ashok's son Mahendra and daughter Sanghmitra traveled to Sri Lanka to spread teachings of Buddha. So this and we also acknowledge that then an offshoot of this sapling of this Bodhi tree, which brought by her to this uh, Anuradhapura, still survives. And the text, like the Periplus of these Erythraean Sea, which was written in the first century AD by an anonymous author, mentions the presence of Indian traders on the eastern coast of the Africa. So many of the inscriptions which are inscription at the Brihadeshwar temple, Tanjavur, Tamil Nadu, actually mentions about the large naval expedition launched by the Raja Rajendra Chola first in 1025 AD, and it was to subjugate the Sri Vijaya kingdom of Sumatra and Malaya peninsula. So such kind of conquest actually not only established domination over areas beyond the empire's territory, but it also facilitated spread and blending of Indian culture with the local. So now if we talk of the colonial era, when we see at the end of this 15th century, Europeans actually led by these uh, Portuguese seafarer, the Vasco da Gama, who came to India as traders and established trading posts. India became largely a British colony, with this smaller pockets being controlled by the French and the Portuguese. So almost if we say subjugation of the local people and exploiting it as a source of cheap labor actually benefited these colonizers in their own development and prosperity. So almost by the if we say by the middle of the 19th century, the colonial powers actually started transporting these thousands of Indians to their other countries in the Central America, Africa, island colonies in the Indian Ocean region, and Southeast Asia as the indentured laborers. So, moreover, if we see in the Caribbean islands, they were to replace the African slaves working in this sugarcane fields. And this Indian labor was, it was transported in large numbers to these island of Fiji in the Pacific Ocean, and Madagascar, Mauritius, Reunion, and Seychelles in the Indian Ocean for specifically the plantation work. So these Indian traders actually, if we say mostly from Gujarat and Malabar region, they actually, they soon followed these, laborers to establish a kind of small businesses for trade. And if we say in East Africa, the Indian labor was actually utilized by the British in constructing railway lines from the port of Mombasa, Kenya, and to Kisumu on the eastern edge of the Victoria, to almost gain the strategic control over the Great Lakes region. So Indians No doubt. I mean, they were also like brought to South Africa to work on these sugarcane plantations, and also for the construction of railway lines, and in the coal mines. So many of these laborers, actually they traveled with their families and continued to settle in those places of work rather than returning to India. So this almost like they continue to maintain their distinct culture, language, religion, and other social characteristics. So their descendant form, I mean, and the large part of Indian diaspora today. So apart from these laborers, the Indian soldiers who were serving in the British Army were deployed to fight wars in various parts of the world. So in the earliest, we can say, in the earliest instance, in the almost in the month of December 1867, these Indian troops had actually sailed from Bombay to Mumbai to now Ethiopia, and Africa, and in like almost in the year of 1868, which fought a battle of this Magadala, which resulted in the defeat of these present Ethiopian army. So this Indian soldiers of the British Army had also fought during the World War One. I mean, the World War One, World War Two, and in many parts of the world. So their uh, this valor and this sacrifice was actually recognized, and many were awarded the highest military decorations, the Victoria Cross. So uh, if we take the period of the post independence, so the I mean, after independence, Indians actually continue to relocate to various parts of world, and almost now traveling on their own free violation, and to pursue like many different professions. So if we take in if we see the scenario, the United States of America and Great Britain were the preferred choice for like pursuing higher studies, which actually opened up many employment opportunities for them. So almost in the if we take I mean, in the mid 1970s, the the Indians started migrating to other developed nations, like of Europe, Australia, and Singapore. So this kind of sudden rise in the financial status of the Gulf countries due to this oil boom during the 1970s, which actually opened up employment opportunities for thousands of Indians in the infrastructural development process, banking, financial sectors. So I mean, if we say, I mean, even the religion became a kind of I mean, reason for, in case of these Indian Jews migrating to the state of Israel. So with the with one of by one of the report provided by the Ministry of External Affairs, the Indian community is found in almost like nearly every country of the world. So if we go with the percentage, almost 32% in the Southeast Asian region, 4% in Asia Pacific, 19% almost in the Gulf region, 10% the in the US, almost 7% in UK, almost 6 to 7% in Latin American, Caribbean. So almost there is a presence of Indian scene in the every corner of the world. So now if we specifically talk about the various facets of Indian culture, because this is how we'll try to understand why this cultural diplomacy, or why uh, there is a role of Indian diaspora in this cultural diplomacy. So here if we say, almost like in a very simple terms, if we try to define the term culture as the like it can be defined as a characteristics, knowledge, and then like intellectual achievement of particular group of people who like tend to adhere to certain particular language, religion, cuisine, art and music, social habits or customs, and which has actually evolved over a period. And almost like every culture has its own unique set of social behavioral pattern and this ethical beliefs. So what if we say what is considered as a norm in one culture could be a taboo for the other. So like if we take an example, like Indians normally they greet each other with folded hands and not with a hug, which is a norm in many parts of the world. So I mean, uh, almost like very contrary to what the Western norms follow. So here no doubt technology has enabled the world to become more and more interconnected, and the process of globalization has almost helped in it. So and media has actually played a great role in the transmission of, or we can say spread and like mixing of the culture. So basically if we characterize culture, it can be I mean learned and acquired, it can be shared by a group of people, it can be it can like change with the passage of time, it almost like very dynamic, diverse. So range of uh, permissible behavior pattern can be seen and can be provided by culture. So if now if we specifically see the characteristics of Indian culture, so the Indian culture, we know that it is one of the most ancient culture of the world, and it considers human being as like a divine creation and integral with the nature and God, uh, spiritually and religiously. I mean we know that this spirituality and religion are like central to the Indian culture. And no doubt it is characterized by tolerance, and it accepts plurality of we can say viewpoints, behaviors, customs and institutions. So um, also like it somewhere believes in the coexistence with other religion and culture. So if we take the example of the Sanskrit text of this Upanishad in its sixth chapter and in its 72nd verse, it says only small men discriminate, saying that one is a relative, the other is the stranger. For those I mean who live is like in this entire world actually constitutes a kind of family. And that is how the two words of this verse, like Vasudev Kutum Bakam, is like the world is family, has been now I mean we know that how the G20, I mean the this world is family was being spread across the world through the G20 meet, and how this was also like addressed by our Prime Minister in the World Economic Forum in the year of 2018, like in Davos. So uh, we we know that this world is family. Certainly, India, like Indians have always believed in the like uniting humanity, not like not breaking it. So and also the nature, like nature has had significant influence in developing and nourishing other facets of Indian culture. Like we have art, we have architecture, we have food, we have festivals, we have dance, we have music. So almost if we say the main reason for its longevity and attraction is adjustments and adaptability, and not something which like kind of confrontation with the contemporary environment. So no doubt geography of the subcontinent too has had a marked influence in this India's culture. So if we talk on the spread of Indian culture abroad, mostly like Indian religions, its epics, its spirituality, the art form, the music, the language, the value system, this has taking root in this distant land, and we can say wherever Indians settled. So uh, the or we can say the remarkable thing about this cultural influence was not spread by conquest, or like we can say threat to individual life, or like annihilation of a society, but it was actually by the means of voluntary acceptance of cultural and spiritual values of India. And if we see the Indian culture, which could influence the outside world, as it actually did not seek to dislodge the indigenous one. So Indian universities of Takshila, Vikramshila, Nalanda were actually reputed as repositories of knowledge and advanced learning. So these actually were, I mean, as we all know, that these places were visited by scholars, by large numbers from abroad, and this places became most important centers of cultural interaction. So even in the 21st century global politics, there is considerable acceptability of Indian cultural focus on peaceful existence, stability, better human values. So if we quickly we can get into the important facets which the Indian culture has. So the first, we talk about the religion in Indian culture. So in India, we say that being a secular country has no state religion, and as we know that the country actually boasts of diversity of religious belief and practices, although Hinduism is followed by the majority. So this materialistic world actually finds great attraction in this diversity. So this spiritual orientation, which directs the human quest to seek higher knowledge, with which helps man to rise above like this worldly agonies, or like to connect with the divine, or uh, to acknowledge the you can say the necessity of ethical values of human being. Maybe this actually finds a large number of followers all over the world. So if we take an example of ex-president of US Barack Obama, had once stated in one of the interview that he actually drew inspiration from Lord Hanuman. So this is a kind of cultural values we have. So if we talk of spread of Buddhism, which is actually a cultural system of beliefs and practices based on the principle of non-violence, compassion, and non-attachment, which actually originated in India in the 6th century BC. So uh, the Emperor Ashok of Mauryan dynasty is like credited for spreading Buddhism to Sri Lanka and to regions of other regions of Southeast Asia. So the Central Asian region, it saw a kind of faster spread of Buddhism after King Kanishka of Kushan dynasty converted to to the faith. So the trade along the ancient Silk Route actually facilitated the spread of Buddhism to Tibet and China, where the rulers of Han dynasty were highly influenced by its principles. So Buddhism actually later on spread into Korean peninsula, followed by Japan. So today, almost like the if we talk about the Buddhist population in the world, is almost approximately 500 million. So, and again, if we talk of epic of Ramayana, so that the story of Lord Ram has like transcended religious and cultural boundaries. So the story has been adapted as per the local culture prevalent in many countries of Southeast Asia. So Hikayat Seri Ram, the Malay version, gives Lakshman a larger role, and it has glorified his courage. And like if Ramakin in Thailand's version of Ramayana, having a deep influence on literature, culture, and art, then the Thai version actually gives more importance to Hanuman. The Burmese, like the Myanmar version of Ramayana, is known as Yama Zaddo, and this epic is very similar to the Indian epic. So, however, we can say the names of all the characters of the Burmese translation of the Sanskrit names. And again, the Rimkur is the name of the Cambodian epic based on the Indian Ramayana. So in this also, in this story actually portrayed in the Khmer dance form, which during the local festivals were taking place. So the uh, if we specifically say that this Indonesian version of these epics somewhere depicts Sita as strong and powerful, who fights Shupnakha and cuts off her nose instead of Lakshman. So now, if we talk about the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, which is a kind of movement founded in New York City in the year of 1966. So it has a philosophy based on the Sanskrit texts of Bhagavad Gita and the Bhagavad Purana. So the movement actually aims to almost like systematically propagate the spiritual knowledge to society at large, and also to like educate all people in this techniques of spiritual life in order to like check the imbalance of values of life in the life, and then to achieve real unity and peace in the world. Now, if you talk about yoga and Ayurveda, I mean, whether it is yoga or Ayurveda, there's a tremendous awareness abroad of the importance of focusing on the human physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. So we all know that practicing yoga exercises, meditation, and natural healing has become quite popular all over the world. And the United Nations General Assembly, by its resolution of 131 of December 11, 2014, it actually proclaimed that June 21st would be celebrated as International Yoga Day. So I mean, it was earlier, proposed by the Prime Minister, and actually, as per one of the BBC news report of 2017, it was Swami Vivekanand who made a kind of major impact on the Western understanding about yoga through his book of Raja Yoga. So and the if I say by the early the period of 1960s, uh, many yoga teachers had actually opened institutes in the United States, which taught them meditation and yoga exercises. So there are many, I mean, we can say n number of medical institutions in various countries which are like educating students on Ayurveda as a part of approved syllabus. And this number is like growing every year. So if you take some example, there is Medical School of State University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, which offers a postgraduate diploma in Ayurveda medicine. And in Hungary, Ayurveda has become a kind of official and accepted medical system, and it is actually obligatory subject for the postgraduate degree there since the 1997. And in Japan also, the study and research and spread of Ayurveda is being carried out for almost last 30 years. So again, the importance of Indian music and dance, I mean, no doubt has its own importance. Like in 1958, the University of California, Los Angeles, became the first university to provide higher education in Carnatic music. And almost many foreign countries today provides courses in Indian classical music. So if we take the names of Pandit Jasraj, or we Pandit Ravi Shankar, or Ustad Zakir Hussain, I mean, they have uh, their own value in the field of the playing of music, whether it is sitar, whether it is santoor or tabla. So again, Indian culture rich with the dance forms, the Bharatnatyam, Kathak, Kuchipudi, Odissi, Kathakali, almost like giving the folk dances, which is like showcasing various regional and tribal characteristics. So and it is almost like Indian diaspora has, I mean, is being like deeply involved in proliferating this Indian dances in the countries of their residence. So, and again, the if we talk about the tradition of paintings, and which has existed in the Indian subcontinent since the ancient time, Indian temple architecture, I mean, if we see the temples of Khajuraho, Madurai, Tanjavur, Puri, Kunak, they actually depict the beautiful connection between humans, universal elements, and the divine, and almost giving I mean, uh, if we take the example of ancient Indian temples architecture, which has influenced the construction of temples in Cambodia, in Vietnam, in other Southeast Asian nations, and then it's still I like the various countries of like in the uh, like, say for example, in United Arab Emirates too. I mean, this the contribution of Indian diaspora is actually very commendable in terms of funding, and this like the personal effort which they are putting into, and this has actually showed a high level of diplomatic relations that India has with these Islamic countries. We had seen this showcasing of these all in the G20 meet. So almost Indian film industry, no doubt, is one of the we can say mirror to the Western world. I mean, no doubt that this Indian diaspora is I mean, is very much appreciated due to this kind of certain movies which are coming in the and which is giving India and showing India in its diverse culture. Then festivals also almost gives an beautiful impression. Like uh, these days, we can see how the Diwali is being celebrated in United States. Like you cannot even identify whether that the region is of United States or India. So that is the impact which the Indian diaspora is almost showcasing in this whole world scenario. So here, Indian cuisines are actually also of great importance. Now, uh, this if we try to relate this Indian culture and how our cultural diplomacy has evolved. So I mean, if we say this national culture actually becomes a kind of tool for this effective international engagements, and no doubt, if we say the role of diaspora in cultural diplomacy has actually, or we can say it can prove to be effective if like supported by the government initiatives and policies. So um, um, if we say these the post Cold War international order, which no doubt has actually assured in this new era, and uh, specifically in the conduct of foreign policy and diplomacy. And we actually know that the power is a key concept in the conduct of relation between states and international community. And this is actually broadly described as we can say ability to shape outcomes. And here, in addition, we can say to the economic and military power, which specifically is said to be hard power, and the idea of soft power, which has gained a kind of traction during these past 3 decades. And the the international impact of India's soft power, no doubt, was felt long before the term was found in place, and then uh, and which actually came in this popular parlance in this 21st century. And so if we talk of soft power and cultural diplomacy, if we talk about the conceptual framework, so we all know the American political theorist Joseph Nye, who actually coined the term soft power, and who defined it as the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than coercion. And if we say, in contrast to economic and military power, which is totally dependent on the payoffs and coercion, the soft power works through we can say attraction and co-optation. So the idea of soft power is actually not merely we can say a kind of theoretical notion, but it actually also a kind of practical tool with these tangible benefits to the respective states. So uh, therefore we need to understand the key concepts of the soft power, cultural diplomacy, public diplomacy, and uh, nowadays the concept of smart power. So the term, as we all know, soft power can be explained as the ability to influence others through appeal and attraction using non-coercive means. So that uh, mm, the term originally coined by the Professor Joseph Nye, who actually pointed to somewhere the three primary sources of soft power. So whether it was culture, whether it was political values, or whether it was foreign policy. So India, uh, if we say, is actually, it has been exercising a range of soft power resources, which have widespread this global appeal. So these I would say that this actually includes the Indian arts, dances, literature, cuisine, yoga, traditional holistic medicines, Indian cinema, entertainment, sports, historical monuments, uh, almost everything. And it actually also has the value, I mean, the Indian democracy, its constitution, its unity in diversity, its composite cultural ethos, the traditional values, unique approaches to these we can say contemporary issues, such as climate change and environmental preservation, scientific and technological accomplishments, and socio-economic innovations. So here there is both the we can say the need and scope to go beyond Joseph Nye's original formulation of soft power. So if you're trying to understand the concept of smart powers, which is the most representative of India's current interaction with the world, where the emphasis is on the like we can say building capacities to be able to choose right forms of power to employ in relation to a particular context, or it actually, we can say, it involves the strategic use of diplomacy, persuasion, and capacity building, and then the projection of power and the influence in ways that is cost effective and have political and social legitimacy. So uh, it's a kind of I mean, judicious blend of this soft power with other dimensions of hard power. So our policy, if we say our policy of neighborhood first, or act as policy, or link west policy, or sagar cooperation with or sagar project, or cooperation with the Pacific islands, or engagement with the overseas Indians, the enhanced encouragement with the North and South America, European nations, Eurasia, Africa, and other manifestations of various phases of soft power, like which can be dealt with the public diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, and smart power as well. So all of these is actually reflected in the formation and we can say conceptualization of India's foreign policy making. So uh, here, if we try to understand the term cultural diplomacy, so it can be described as a crucial component of public diplomacy, because it brings out the best of what our country has to offer to the world. And uh, somewhere it is a kind of long term strategy, which like we can say aiming or which aims at building a kind of brand or image of India, and conveying what India stands for. So India has its rich culture, and this cultural diplomacy is its expression abroad to like foreign audiences and for their long term international influence. So um, or moreover, we can say that the diplomatic tool to uh, this leverage this soft as well as the smart power is uh, we can broadly combine them together, to be called as public diplomacy. So the term public diplomacy, we can say somewhere relates to the effort which efforts which aimed at like communicating directly with the foreign publics with a somewhere with a view to project this soft power abroad. And it actually includes all the official efforts to like convince these targeted sectors of foreign opinion to support or like to tolerate a kind of government strategic objectives. So altogether, I mean, it's an effective tool, we can say, to like build a kind of positive image among the public of other countries. And these and if we try to say these efforts which actually aims at influencing the foreign public opinion, and we can say attitudes that in turn may influence their government's action towards another nation. So public diplomacy, I mean, public diplomacy activities uh, can include the nation branding, we would say, or diaspora outreach, or we can say digital engagement, or international broadcasting, or international exchange programs, etc. So these public diplomacy actually also seeks to like promote the national interest, and national security through like understanding or like informing or influencing public, or we can say foreign publics, and then like broadening the dialogue between the citizen and institutions, and then their counterparts abroad. So here, if we try to understand the relationship between the conventional diplomacy and soft power diplomacy, the former actually broadly consisted of the method of influencing the decisions and behavior of foreign government, and also people through like dialogue or negotiations and other means, short, I mean, we can say short of war or violence. So it uh, we may say that it also includes like summit meetings and international conferences, also like parliamentary exchanges, international activities of these supranational or subnational entities, and then we can say a work of international civil servants. So in this in almost in this conduct of diplomacy, a kind of comprehensive uh, national power is actually applied in, we can say, in the pursuit of this national interest. So no doubt, soft power is almost like constituent of comprehensive national power, and the conventional, as we already discussed, the conventional manifestation of culture such as dance, arts, crafts, music, films, cuisines have actually deep relation with other tools of soft power, which we can say no doubt encompasses these uh, the I mean uh, we can say encompasses a kind of philosophical thought and scholarship which contained in this, we can say, in the vast corpus of the literature of many languages, ideas and values which are like democratic, pluralistic and secular, and uh, India's institutional strength of we can say constitution and democratic political systems, which actually almost including the electoral machinery which are like operating at a grassroots level. Here higher education and training institutions is also, I mean, through that also it's kind of like encompassing, and then richness of the historical tourist sites and sports and science and technology, also like these fast growing and somewhere the rapidly diversifying this economy of India, and tremendous interest in some of the flagship national initiatives. Like here we take an example of hosting a high level foreign leaders outside, I mean, leaders outside Delhi in places of like historic and cultural significance, and then specific cultural events during those VIPs visits and other significant elements of government soft power. Uh, so here the conventional diplomacy or and then the soft power diplomacy are like we can say they are actually complementary in overall attainment of these desired objectives. And if we talk of the essence of the soft power, here actually it lies, its source lies outside the traditional format of government to government interaction, and that actually I mean they have been the kind of fountainhead of these diplomatic relation, or this bilateral or multilateral level. So here the if we say these valuable dimensions of India's soft power capabilities uh, has a great relevance and potential, like in enhancing the positive, we can say positive perception about India, and in pursuit of our national interests. So no doubt the India's soft power resources, or when we say that India's global influence has had a kind of long and complex history. We already see, I mean, we took the example of dissemination of Hindu and Buddhist ideas to like to specifically for the subject of mathematics, or like astronomy and other physical and metaphysical sciences. So to, I mean, if we say to the, I mean, uh, somewhere to the more recent export of the human and intellectual capital to the Western universities and transnational corporations and multilateral organizations. So in fact I mean, if I say it has been only been in the last 2 decades that the India has begun to use and promote and enhance its software more effectively. So if we I mean, if we talk about the I mean the size, or if we say the rich civilizational heritage, or if we say the diversity of population, India, we can say India actually represents a truly unique and we can say sui generis case in study of these soft power and cultural diplomacy. And uh, like beside the traditional manifestation of culture, um, India's like I mean cultural or soft power like instrument, we can say it compasses in various timeless philosophical and spiritual ideas, like we already talked about the world as family. Then we and like it is also said, ekam sad vipra bahuda vatanti, I mean, unity in diversity. Then unprecedented socio-economic transformation of the country in we can say in a kind of vibrant democratic framework. And remarkable achievements in science and technology, innovative and affordable, we can say environmentally sustainable I mean homegrown development solutions, which are relevant to many other countries. Then also we have this worldwide network of Indian diaspora, which actually represents an additional instrument for promotion of India's foreign policy interests abroad through this soft power and cultural diplomacy. And moreover, the soft power of India's search and somewhere the rescue of humanitarian and disaster relief operations, it has also like added to India's profile. And the if you take an example of India international conferences like Raisina Dialogue, or the Indian Ocean Conference, and the Global Technology Conference hosted by Ministry of External Affairs, these have also become a kind of flagship events for events of spreading of considerable interest abroad. Then Pravasi Bharatiya Divas events actually also provide a kind of useful instrument for promotion and projection of Indian culture and soft power. So if we if we see the objectives of India's soft power diplomacy and their articulation in the foreign policy paper, or the documents, um, it almost like gives a clear understanding of government's foreign policy, which actually is premised on three important objectives, which you actually we discussed, that to safeguard our sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and somewhere to promote our overall national development. And again, the neighborhood first, like the according to the highest priority to our relation with the immediate neighbors, as well as the countries in this extended region of Indo-Pacific. And government's pursuit of sabka saath, sabka vikas, and sabka vishwas. And again, the family, the world as a family. So I mean, somewhere the use of soft power and cultural diplomacy has no doubt become a kind of integral part of somewhere the public diplomacy. And if we somewhere if we try to see the soft power of the Indian diaspora, specifically if we talk, so no doubt that I mean, there are various papers, and many a times it has been said that the on like the modernizing of the country's foreign policy is actually I mean based or we can say stated that the people of Indian origin are extremely important sources of support for the Indian government in somewhere execution of its policies through the influence and respect they command in the countries in which they live. So so somewhere India's soft power based on the spread of its culture by diaspora actually was steadily I mean it actually has gained a significance in this overall scheme of countries diplomacy, or we can say cultural diplomacy. And no doubt, I mean, earlier it was stigmatized as a brain drain for the country, but now, like, somewhere getting recognized as a repository of this intellectual power to be like utilized for country's development. So not only remittances, but now the Indian diaspora somewhere is branding the image of the country, and somewhere enhancing the kind of diplomacy which India is on the route to. So if again so no doubt that uh, with this world affairs and kind of Indian diaspora we have, the various challenges which India's quest for these energy security is actually also dependent on somewhere dependent on the import of some of the energy resources from abroad. So overall uh, the the India's lead in the solar alliances and then such kind of like mutual understanding with the other nations. Now the dependency and we cannot say that we have reduced much of percentage, but actually we are turning up our modern technology for these renewable energy generation. And no doubt the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas and the role of diaspora in developing these such kind of collaborations is helping out. Solar Alliance is one of the biggest example for it. And again that India is no doubt is proud of and the expectation of the overseas community to contribute with this economic and the influence on the various trading process. And the biggest contribution regarding the brand imaging is playing a substantial role today. So with this we still have half an hour. We can have a question answer round if so I stop here, and we'll take up some of the questions if so. Am I yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for this informative session. And now the floor is open for questions. I request all analysts to place their questions.
Your voice is breaking. I mean, if you can be loud enough. I didn't get the question.
Good afternoon. This is time for questions. So all the analysts are requested to raise your questions, if any.
Or any observations, if something can be added to my lecture, I'll be thankful. I mean,
Dr. Sneha,
yeah,
this is PVV Sachinanda from NRC Rajamahendravaram.
yeah.
In fact, I'm also working on the similar concept about the diaspora. And when I have gone through the literature, I found that this diaspora consists of three categories of people: NRIs, PIOs, and OCIs, overseas citizens of India, non-resident Indians, and people of Indian origin. Of all these, when we come to understand
Yeah.
when we come to understand the impact of diaspora and foreign relations between the relations of India and their host country, it is only those who are categorized as people of Indian origin are having access to influence the policymakers, but
Yeah.
not the OCIs and NRIs. So,
Yeah.
and when we come to these people of Indian origin, they do not treat the country where they are living as their host country. They treat it as their motherland, since they are naturalized over there. And what kind of affiliation we can see towards India in those people is yet to be disclosed, because there are no studies regarding their feelings towards India. maybe they feel that India is their ancestral country, but they may not have proper the feeling like they may not treat India as their home country. So in this context, how do you think that the Indian diaspora is contributing either positively or in some other way in fostering the relations between India and their motherland? And second aspect, what I have observed in my study is that when we are talking about Indian diaspora, most of the times we talk about the people who are living in US, but not about the other countries. And recently we are adding it to the Europe, the people who are living in Europe after the election of Rishi Sunak as the Prime Minister of UK. So can you explain a bit on how the diaspora is influencing foreign policy of their host country?
So, thank you for the question. Actually, that is why I did not categorize the diaspora into the three categories, and because I skipped it for a while, because yes, this is true that not all the I mean, the whole set of people are I mean, somewhere in the process of contribution of or we say specifically, if we talk in terms of uh, you said that they don't have the feeling of that host country, and the specifically when we talk and the various reports which have come up to us, like the work which has been done so far. Uh, Previously, for last 2 decades, we're just talking about the remittances. But why and you also talked about that it is specifically limited to US and Europe. But no doubt, as we are a political scientist, we understand that the powerful nations always has a somewhere has a brand image, and then we generally talk or we generally quote the examples when such kind of powerful nations are there in place. So basically, uh, the if we talk of the recent negotiations, like why I was talking about the solar alliances, because there is a major role of and this is past 2 decades has no doubt actually giving a contribution, not specifically in terms of brand imaging. Uh, if I say the nations and why they do not relate to the host, or uh, why they specifically, because I am also working on a kind of project where I am dealing with the immigration policies of the Indian government and to the various parts of world. So where I have observed, I have taken the host countries as US and Europe only. That's why uh, the uh, the contribution in the other parts is still lying. I mean, the facts are still not available to me. But then the majority of uh, we can say, when majority of things when they are into that political sphere where they negotiate in terms of Canada. If we see somewhere, they it's the diaspora is I mean, somewhere there is a negative notion, if you talk about it, and where the policy making, where these diaspora is negotiating with the host nation to address their demands, and somewhere no doubt the government is also reciprocating in the same manner, and somewhere this kind of influence on the foreign policy relation, or the bilateral relation is being seen in problematic state. But India, we know it is clear with its stand, and we know that the present situation where there is no compromise on the national interest and the values which we inherent in the with Indian Constitution. So I think I hope I would be able to address your question. Uh, I- I
Thank
mean,
you, ma'am.
yeah.
And in fact, concentrating on this diaspora aspect of this foreign relations, I think it is specific to the developing nations. When it comes to the developed nations like US or some of the European countries, they never think of diaspora as their soft power, and they never try to make policies to use diaspora to influence the foreign policies of other nations. And moreover, this diaspora aspect is having more attention in case of India, particularly after the election of Kamala Harris as the vice president of US. But nobody knows whether she treats herself as the people, the person of Indian origin or not, because we never heard such kind of things, either in the media interviews or in any kind of official documentation or somewhere she is speaking about it in the public or their wherever the place she is speaking. She never referred to India as her home country. So in this
Yes.
aspect, I referred my question.
Okay. I'll also see to it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
So your voice is I mean bit hazy. I mean,
Hello, madam.
Sir Bhaskar, sir, your voice is not clearly audible.
Okay.
is it specific with the mic or if
Hello.
భాస్కర్ సార్ మాట్లాడండి.
వాయిస్ సరిగా తెలియదు. నేను విత్డ్రా అయ్యాను.
so can it be typed? I am in you're still not audible.
So how to maybe devices are not properly. It may be crossed. From any NRC?
సార్ మీ వాయిస్ రావట్లేదు కానీ మనం ఇక్కడ బ్రీఫ్ చేసేస్తాం. ఓకే, మీ వాయిస్ అసలు వినపట్లేదు మాకు. మాకే కాదు, మేడంకి వినపట్లేదు, మాకు వినపట్లేదు. ఎందుకులేండి, సరే సార్ బ్రీఫ్ చేసేస్తారు.
So on behalf of Commissionerate of Collegiate Education and the NRC Rajamahendravaram, I extend my thanks to today's resource person, Dr. Sneha Bhagat, and to all the participants who are attending from all the NRCs. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And Madam has given us an extensive lecture on this diaspora, which is a not familiar concept with many of us. So it has enlightened us a lot on this aspect of knowledge. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Do you audible me? Do you hear me, madam? Hello?
Yes, the voice is breaking a little bit, but you are audible. I think we can start with the session.
Namaste, Dr. Pritiji. Happy to have you on this CCE Andhra Pradesh platform.
Namaste, Dr. Sita
I'm
Kasturi.
Dr. Sita, yes.
Yeah.
Let us take a couple of minutes to
Yeah.
make all the NRCs to join. Okay?
Sure.
After
Sure.
that, we'll be introducing the resource person to all the participants. Then you will proceed.
Sure.
Okay? So, ma'am, we'll wait for two more minutes.
Fine, Dr. Sita.
All the NRCs are requested to join immediately. A resource person is already waiting. We request all the NRCs to keep your cameras on so that we'll get to know how many of you have joined. Please keep your cameras on. NRC Ongole, Chittoor, GDC, Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam. Okay. Ongole, yes, that's right. Visakhapatnam, please on your camera. NRC Visakhapatnam is requested to keep your cameras on. Then
Dr. Sita, I have one query. I have one query. It's the representation of all the Andhra Pradesh teachers.
yes, all the faculty from the political science across the Andhra Pradesh.
Right.
But
and how many faculty members have joined?
Yes, ma'am. We are actually around 120 participants through 6 NRCs.
Right.
All are from political science discipline only. So now I request Dr. Krishna Garu to introduce the resource person.
Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, T. Krishna, lecturer in political science, Sri Esanam Government Degree College, Palakul. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce resource person, Dr. Preeti Dahia. Dr. Preeti Dahia, presently working as associate professor from February 2014 at Center for Political Science Studies, JNU Delhi. She has completed her BA Honors Sociology, Punjab University, and also completed MA Sociology in Punjab University, Chandigarh, and also completed a PhD from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Her career objective is to focus the process of rural transformation in Indian society and seeking an indigenous approach in the rural development. And also her research orientation to understand the transformation of social life in rural India, especially in the course of development processes. To understand the gender-specific realities and consequences of the differences in the fast-paced transforming society like India. She published various papers in international journals and book chapters. She has life membership of Indian Sociological Society and also life membership of Northwest Indian Sociological Association. She has presented various papers in national seminars and conferences. And also she delivered various invited lectures and delivered as resource persons. With this brief introduction, I welcome them.
Yeah. Namaste to all the colleagues. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, madam.
Okay. So now we'll start. As we have discussed, as my topic is clear to you, that I'm going to speak on the Indian knowledge system and its relevance in social sciences in today's time. So whenever we are talking about the Indian knowledge system, we are aware about it, but at the same time, there are certain things which need to be focused upon. That Indian knowledge system has three aspects. One is the philosophical. One is the philosophical aspect. One is the philosophical aspects of Indian knowledge system. Second one is basically the scientific knowledge, which we call also Gyan, Darshan, Gyan, and the third one is its application aspect, which we also call Vidya. That in terms of Kala or craftsmanship, and basically are various ways of earning livelihood. So Indian knowledge system has these three aspects: philosophical, scientific knowledge, and implementation of that knowledge system in day-to-day life, for the day-to-day life. And Indian knowledge system, when we are talking about the philosophical aspects, the Indian knowledge system never to one particular aspect of truth. It has always accepted the plurality of truth. It has always accepted the plurality of truth. And when we are talking about the plurality of truth, this truth may vary from region, may vary with linguistic diversities, may vary with the certain other topographical and changed economic conditions. But at the same time, there was one or the other kind of unifying force which could held this plurality of truth in one particular way, which we call the philosophy of Indian knowledge. And when we are talking about the philosophy of Indian knowledge system, it doesn't always include the text aspects only. It has always included, there are oral traditions, the written text, social praxis, which we also call practices, the various kind of practices, which somehow the traces of which are being seen even in today's time, plus ritual or religious practices. Not belief, the religious practices. The base somehow is the belief system, but otherwise the religious practices. When these kind of philosophical aspects or the philosophical aspect of knowledge system we are talking about, basically it always has focused on the diversity of truth, plurality of truth, that how these philosophical aspects have given ways to the diverse thinking, that may be more or less that may be more or less oriented to the scientific orientation, that may be more oriented towards the craftsmanship or your various vocational aspects, that may also be towards imparting of knowledge system, and within these the traces of which we can see even today's in the dissemination of knowledge system from top to bottom at school level. And most of the best part is that it was always in an informal manner, never ever turn out to be a formal way of these things. So as we have talked about the Mimamsa group, the Mimamsa philosophy or the Mimamsa school of philosophy in Indian tradition, it always talked about basically the various kind of arguments, the various kind of arguments which the various kind of academic arguments and philosophical arguments, and Indian knowledge system, starting from the philosophical aspects, what ought to be there, what kind of a lifestyle it should be there out, what kind be the morality of behavior out there. It laid the path for the scientific knowledge system, which we also say Gyan, the knowledge of. And scientific doesn't mean only that it was related to the physical sciences. It has talked about the astronomy as well. It has talked about the theological knowledge as well. It talked about the various administrative and justice aspects as well. So whenever we are talking about the second aspect of Indian knowledge system, which we call the scientific knowledge aspects or Gyan, it is very much in relevance with today's or our contemporary problems. The problem of ensuring social justice, welfare state, management of It's a request if you people can please keep your yourself muted. Thank you.
Ramesh sir and JK Anantapur JKCs, please put your audio mute on mute, please.
Yeah. Thank you. So when we are talking about these like knowledge-based system, it has much to do with the astronomy, the justice aspect, administration, revenue generation, which are the part of today's administration, and political, the most important or relevant political issues. And third thing, the third aspect, we will go in detail. We'll discuss all these this knowledge aspects in detail as a part of academia. But the third aspect, which the Indian knowledge system has talked about, its application aspect as a vocational training, as a craftsmanship, that the development of various kalas, the development of various vocations, and when these vocations were not found relevant in one or the other time period, they used to diminish over the time period, and new vocation came into the emergence. And these vocations were also very much in the parity with the they were also in very much parity with the, you can say, the economic and topographical conditions of the different regions. So when we are talking about, and these are not only the like philosophical talks which we are talking about, the traces of all these things are found during the through colonial texts which are being produced during colonial period. right? So whenever we are talking about these philosophical aspects, the development of various kalas, the development of various kind of arts form, it may be in terms of the various kind of dance forms, it can be in the form of various kind of like poetry forms, and it can be in the various types of you can say your various sources for uh, the various forms of expression, right? But at the same time, there is one very much important thing, that it provides always a space for the vocation, which used to start around at the age of 9, the vocational training. Somehow, based on the your either on the basis of your skills, or on the basis of the vocations of your forefathers, the training used to initiate around at the age of 9, which may vary from individual to individual case, for individual cases, depending on the capacities. But the vocational training used to be completed by the time a child was expected to complete his school education, right? So whenever we are talking about the Indian knowledge system, this Indian knowledge system has provided various bases for these different kind of aspects: the philosophical, the scientific knowledge system, and its application. So it was always, and when we talk about the Indian knowledge system, it was never ever about only about your empirical realities. It was somehow intuition based as well. And that is why there was basically two kind of vidyas, or two kind of this the applied knowledge were found. One which was provided which was provided for the worldly obligation, and the other one which was provided mainly for the, like you can say, the creamy layers who have a well-versed knowledge of the worldly affairs and who still have the potential. They can go for the brahmanical aspect, brahman for the they can actually go for the one or the other kind of you can say the attainment of knowledge for the other worldly things, which we also sometimes call metaphysical knowledge system. So knowledge also had two aspects over at, if we talk about them, it was always intuition based as well. It was always intuition based as well, and at the same time uh, for the which we call also the metaphysical aspects, meditation, and these yoga aspects, and the dissemination of knowledge for the school and other for the higher educational institution performing priestly function, was a part of this metaphysical knowledge system. And when we talk about the knowledge system which belongs to this worldly affairs, it always talks about the justice administration, the various economic systems, the stability of society, maintenance of peace and order, and so on. Basically, the various if we talk in today's term, the various political, administrative, and economic
Dr.
aspects.
Preeti ji, you are not visible.
Maybe due to the internet instability, ma'am, but video is on, and
Okay, okay,
but
ma'am.
it's paused.
Please carry on.
Is there any issue with the like voice simulations?
No, no, it's
Or is it
perfectly
clear?
fine.
Okay. So video is on from my side. Right. So when we are talking about the Indian knowledge system has these two aspects of vidya or gyan, basically the metaphysical form of knowledge, and the worldly related knowledge. And It has to be done in the form of shastrarts, the metaphysical knowledge, and it has to be discussed, reframed, reoriented as per the changing political and economic conditions. It has always taken place, the reorientation has always taken place through the process of Shastrat, which was the basic essence of Mimamsa school. The philosophical discussions, the discussions about the one or the other aspect, and so on. And with that, the changing or the changed realities were taking place. They used to take place. And when we are talking about the plurality of knowledge or the plurality of truth, it was there because of the regional variations, linguistic variation, and the topographical variations. About which we can talk about. Now, when we are talking about the Indian knowledge system, it was always considered to be inclusive. And it's not only the examples of the Maitri or Gargi, the two renowned sages of their time period, but the certain kind of you can say the examples or certain kind of documentation which we have talked about. And this was only the Indian knowledge system which has given certain aspects. Indian knowledge system, okay, one more thing, the social practices. Social practices of Indian knowledge system, when we talk about, we'll focus here now on the education aspect. It was basically this is a document which was being provided on the basis of surveys done between 1822 and 1825 in the Madras Presidency, where it was being considered that education, specifically the school education, which initiated at the age of 2 or 2.5 in your private sphere for all the children, irrespective of their gender, their caste groups, and so on. It was more or less of inclusive education system. Village panchayats were found responsible for the same, and Bellary person from during the colonial period, and here he is identified a list of 23 books which was found common among all the village schools in the private sphere as well as in the like public sphere, that which was normally being children were being introduced. And at the same time, Rajamundry has identified a list of 43 books, and these books were found to be a perfect mixture of literary and utilitarian text. And this was the document provided during the survey conducted by British government in the Madras Presidency in 1822 to 1825. And this survey has identified that there were 1094 institutions of higher learning only found in the Madras Presidency, where just one second. Where a perfect mix of law, astronomy, theology was being taught to all these students. Until the age of the maximum age for schooling was being considered to be around 15 years. That till the time a child will attain the age of 15 years, he or she will be well versed in law, astronomy, theology, and other kind of life skills. And at the same time, we are also not supposed to forget that at the age of 9 years, the vocational trainings used to start, right? And this particular survey has provided insights that a good significant number of girl children across all the caste was there. So no disparities were found in terms of genders. And at the same time, the twice born caste, and it's a survey of Madras Presidency. So the twice born caste representation was around 14%, while the Shudra group, combining all the smaller caste groups and the outcast groups, it was found that the 31% students, they belong to the Shudra caste group in these privately owned and publicly run school or educational institutions in Madras Presidency. And it was common that in all the, whether they are being taken care of by the village panchayats or they are private, they are taught in the private, through privately home tuitions. The list, universal list of 23 to 43, 23 as per Bailey listed and 43 as per Rajamundry has listed, those books were being taught. So there were certain reference books, textbooks, and it was not only the case of Madras Presidency. The same kind of list has been provided for the Bengal Presidency as well. And in the same way, almost the same kind of concepts were being identified. That was also being identified in the case of Punjab Presidency. The same kind of incidences have also been found through survey report. Now, this was and the regional languages was the particular regional languages. Sanskrit as well as regional language was used to be this the medium of dissemination of this knowledge system. And the term Shastra, which is being used, that was mainly being used for the term sciences. And at the same time, now here, again, one particular report within the Madras Presidency, that report was being produced by the collector of Masulipatam. He has also talked about the same kind of things, that the inclusive education for all the girl child from all the caste groups was quite visible. And this was purely Indic in nature. And how these educational institutions were being run, it was never a matter of state affair. 1/3 of the revenue, one third of the generated revenue was supposed to be spent on the running and the infrastructural aspect of these educational institutions. And this was only a matter of school education, right? And students were being taught specifically by the age of 5 or 6 years. Students were being given education of accounts, how accounts are being created and they are being maintained for agricultural purpose and for the commercial or trade purpose as well. So when it is being talked about that the education was mainly philosophical or it was not inclusive, These are the documents which are being provided during the colonial period and by the British surveys which were being conducted by the British administration. And yes, over here I would like to mention one more thing, that Adams' third report on Bengal and Bihar area. Here, particular mention is being done by, and all these references can be easily seen in Dharampal's book of the beautiful tree. When we, Burdwan district, that over there, when we talk about that the education was whether inclusive or not, the students from Dom and Chandal caste, a total of 674 scholars from these lower caste groups were being enrolled, and they have completed their education in the native schools, which were not being run by the British Empire or which were not being run by any missionary groups. Vocational trainings were being given, the training of accounts were being given, the knowledge, not the training, the right word will be the knowledge, and law, astronomy, theologies, they were the common aspects to be taught. And girls from the Shudra caste, over here the one exception was that in the this particular area, in certain particular areas of Madras presidency, the representation of girl children and the representation of girl children from the twice born caste or Kshatriya group was found to be negligible. But girls from the like Vaishya group and the Shudra group, they were quite the enrollment was quite significant, that was noticeable, and their participation in education was also being found quite significant. So Indian knowledge system, where and who used to be the teachers? The teachers were not being appointed. Over here, the teachers were basically the village members. Classes were being taught not only the private homes, but in the temples or mosques, basically the religious places of these particular villages. Infrastructure was being taken care by the village panchayats out of the revenue, which was being one third part of the revenue, which was being generated by them, and through state administration. So state intervention was less, but the administration aspect was being taken care of. And the level of knowledge of a 15-year-old child was a matter of surprise to most of these British administrators. Now, talking about the certain other aspects of this particular Indian knowledge system, that Indian knowledge system, how it has the philo, and it's not that it was only in the ancient Indian system. Over the time period, the traces were being found in terms of liberation of women, in terms of you can say the philosophical political conditions which were being mentioned in Kabir's poetry, the philosophical aspects of the administration which was found and mentioned specifically in Ramcharitmanas by Tulsidas and his certain other writings, and in certain of his other writings. Just one sec.
Madam, it seems you are muted.
Sorry. So whenever we are talking about that, about the Tulsidas political philosophy or Kabir's political ideology, it was more or less philosophical in nature, but it always talked about the administrative aspects, the assurance of social justice, the inclusive education and inclusive social practices which emerged out of the oral tradition and which found a place mainly in terms of oral traditions only. So the assurance of social justice, it is a matter of concern for today's time. It is a matter of relevance for, so it provides various solutions to our current, to the contemporary problems as well. The running of administration, the matter of governance, everything has been the mention is found in their ideological or the philosophical political aspects of Tulsidas, Kabir. And these were the persons who were not politically active, who were not academically active, but found to be the most influential poets of their own time. The inclusion of women has found its traces in the Bhakti movement, where the women participation was not bound only to the public or only to the private or public sphere, but at the same time it has found place beyond the worldly affairs at the metaphysical knowledge, at the metaphysical knowledge aspects, which was a part of Indian philosophical knowledge traditions. So whenever we are talking about the Indian knowledge system, it is very much relevant to understand the social sciences in today's time. So that is it about the Indian knowledge system in today's time, the traditional Indian knowledge system. Now the second part of our discussion will focus on its relevance in contemporary social sciences. It will not talk about only the political science, because we cannot divide polity, economy and social aspects of our life. They are very much related. The matter of concern which are found in contemporary times, they are mainly the assurance of justice, social justice, removal of disparities, various social, educational, physical disparities, the various kind of psychological challenges which are being faced in today's time, the administrative aspects, the bureaucratic aspects, which are quite visible. And when we try to seek solution for all these problems beyond in Indian society or in Indian culture, by seeking a reference to the European perspective or by the European concepts or the like American concepts, the kind of there will be a complete disparity. The concept of equality, the concept of inclusion are common, but these concepts were found, the traces of the roots are found in Indian traditional system, whether it was found in the terms of social practices, which was again the very important aspect of Indian knowledge system. So whenever we talk about these kind of things, these kind of issues, the solutions can be sought only when we look back to the traditional Indian knowledge system. And here's the next question, which is going, it is not possible as for to go back in the ancient or medieval time period when we have faced the situations have changed. The contemporary social, political, and economic realities have changed, but at the same time, we can find certain things. Again, going back to the Indian knowledge system, it was always changing as per the changing social realities, economic and political condition. It has it has reframed itself, it has actually changed itself, adapted itself to the changing political condition during medieval time period, right? It tried to change or maintain its condition, it's the originality, even during the early colonial period. But it was a completely change of infrastructure, it was a complete change of like uh, you can say the complete change of administrative policies, which brought a breakdown in the social praxis and the knowledge system of our society. So whenever we are talking about these various aspects, what can be seen behind that? Basically the holistic aspects of Indian knowledge system can be actually seen, or it can be traced back down in the Indian knowledge system with the changed economic, political, and topographical realities. We can actually seek solutions over there. We can find the solutions over there. The concept of social justice. And it turns out to be very easy because oral tradition, which are still continue, the certain kind of religious rituals or religious practices, which are still continued apart, which are still a continued part of our social realities in everyday life, is quite visible. So it is only the like looking back to certain historical aspects, certain ongoing aspects of our culture, that we can seek or we can think of bringing radical changes in our social realities, in our political and administrative and economic realities, which is expected to be more inclusive. And yes, one more aspect about which we can discuss, it was not always adaptive, but it has always co-opted the various aspects or the various political changes which were taking place, the religious changes, the educational changes. And that is why, even if we'll take a look at the Islam during medieval time period, during medieval history when the political invasions were ongoing, the face of Islam in India, whether it was in terms of the religious practices, the adaptive policies, or the inclusive aspects, it was only the Indian traditional systems which have always given a path for the co-optedness and assimilation. That is why Islam in India is considered to be quite liberal even in today's time, on the basis of those oral practices only, oral traditions only. Indian Islam is not very much, you can say, conservative for that matter of fact, because of intermixing or optedness has taken place with the Indian traditionals, with the Indian knowledge system, the Indian traditional system, which was there in terms of social practices, and which has actually taken place mainly during the time period of Akbar. So, is it clear till here? So that we can just reach to the like certain contemporary interventions at this point of time.
You may continue, ma'am.
Okay. So now over here, what we can try, what we can speak here about, which will be extremely relevant over here, that the importance of Indian knowledge system in social sciences. Here, the interventions of Professor Yogendra Singh can be found extremely useful, who has talked about the one particular concept of modernization of Indian tradition. That Indian tradition, even the process of modernization, the process of change, the process of westernization has not taken place at the same pace in India as it has taken place in the other parts of the world. And when we talk about, when he's talking about this, he's talking about that the micro realities of Indian societies have not changed. And he observed these things or these studies. He observed these Indian realities in the time period of 1960s and 1970s. In 1973, he has talked about the modernization of Indian tradition, and he's talked about that the micro realities are same micro, or they have altered themselves as per the needs of changing times. And he has given a great example of the joint family setup, the caste system, and the village communities. He has given a deliberate example of these three particular Indian traditions, which were ongoing as per the knowledge system in terms of social practices, in terms of religious rituals. In terms of religious rituals, he could actually talk about he talked about these things, that as these particular three communities, or these three aspects or the microstructures of Indian society, they try to maintain, or they try to maintain their originality as well as adapting with the changing realities. They could survive, and they are still managing, or they are still leading the quite a significant aspect of our everyday's life. Of our everyday life, it is trying to maintain a large aspect of our everyday life. But at the same time, where we are still facing the issues at all the macro level structures, where the blind imitation has actually taken place in terms of blind imitation has actually taken place in terms of adaptation, such as economic adaptation, such as administration, bureaucracy without understanding the grassroots realities. At the center level, we are adapting the bureaucracy, the administrative control, and at the grassroots level, we are talking about the decentralization. So we are facing another issue, and these are the observation of Professor Yogendra Singh. And at the same time, he has talked about that we have adapted the policy of welfare state, the concept of welfare state, without realizing the involvement or inclusion at the grassroots level. So again, we are facing one or the other kind of disparities. We are talking about the different kind of inclusion, maybe tribe based, maybe gender based, maybe caste based. But at the same time, we are not able to handle the various kind of, and we have made policies for the same matter of fact, constitutional provisions, but at the same time, we are not able to deal with, besides having so many provisions, we are not able to deal with these things. Because what Professor Yogendra Singh's observations over here that we have adapted the macro structures from which were not which were not indigenous in nature, and we have integrated those blindly. And all the microstructures which could adapt to, which could continue with the time period, with the changing realities of India, basically joint family setup, village society, and caste system. They could survive and still prove to be the most integrative factor of our everyday's life. So it turned out to be the basically, and here when we're discussing the observations of Professor Yogendra Singh, so not only the concept of modernization, the cultural change, the cultural traditions, everything played a very important role as far as everything plays a very important role as far as when we are talking about the Indian experiences, because the knowledge system in India has always included the social practices. It has always included the religious rituals which are being performed in our everyday life. And one more thing, basically, again, which was always philosophical or darshanik in nature, right? So, and when we try to seek its relevance in today's social science research, the gap between micro level structures and macro structures, that has to be coped up. And the best one of the possible way is through looking back at the roots of its through looking back at the roots of like Indian knowledge system. So that is it for right now, and now we can discuss if you have any query.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the NRCs to put your cameras on. NRC Chittoor, NRC Chittoor, Ongole, Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam. Ongole. The last is so thank you, Dr. Preeti ji. As you have mentioned, Indian knowledge system can be understood in three classifications, under three classifications: Kala, Vidya, and Mimamsa. So as per your version, it is Indian knowledge system is more evident in Vidya and Kala, not from the text. So if that is so, when you said macro level and micro level research in extracting Indian knowledge system, so more or less we have done at the macro level research only as far as Indian knowledge system is concerned. How to venture ourselves into the micro level to understand Indian knowledge system, especially when they are not in texts, in the only through practices, traditional belief systems. So how to understand this at micro level, how to extract knowledge at the micro level.
So, Dr. Kasturi, over here I would like to just that Indian knowledge system at micro level in our everyday's life is already out there. The only aspect which is to be there is to understand those aspects and to scientifically or to bring that in academia or in paper, to bring all these aspects on papers, and that can be the like one of the possible aspects of research in social sciences, sometimes which is also called as ethnographic studies. The various aspects of these micro level, or you can say the microstructures, are quite visible. They are proving to be more evident and more apprehended than our macro works or macro structures affecting our life. So in all the aspects.
Thank you, madam. Madam, this is Dr. Balasubramanya from Rajahmundry.
Yeah.
Actually, it's an extension of your lecture. The Beautiful Tree, written by Dharmapal, it was also translated into Telugu by the Khandavel Satchideva Prasad, where actually they mentioned that all the three presidencies, Bengal, Madras, and Punjab, these three, we have 1 lakh schools at the time in the 18th century itself. And then it was a survey done by the Britishers, William Adams, and also Lytton, something, a name I don't know exactly, some Lytton and William Adams. They did a survey. That survey was done by Lord Monroe, I think the collector at that time. For Bengal.
It was in between 1822 to
1822 to 1826 or 28. So it's a beautiful book, really. And Beautiful Tree itself is a beautiful book. One has to read, especially South Indians. Because at that time we have 1 lakh localized schools assisted by the localized people. They're not taking any money from the government side. But as in the morning itself also, we have a class on Indian knowledge system where also they mentioned that they know knowledge. They narrated like that. The Britishers narrated that we don't have any knowledge. We don't have anything, culture. We don't have any conceptual understanding. So we are the people who provided. But still, their surveys and their presentations, their books, they told that we have a lot of Indian knowledge repositories. So I think really the Dharmapal book is very extensive literature on Indian education, and also especially South Indian people also, it's very useful. Thank you very much, madam. That's only it's an extension, whatever you told.
And I would like to say one thing. If anyone is interested in working on the women condition, Dharampal's one more book on women condition will be will be really fruitful for you. That how women or the caste groups were being identified, or they are being. And one more thing over here I would like to say, and I forget to mention in my lecture, that there were certain centers which we call these days the pilgrimages, that people who have attained a particular level of knowledge, they used to come at certain pilgrimages. Specifically, one mention has been made of Varanasi, where after attaining a particular level of education, if somebody is interested in metaphysical knowledge or metaphysical aspects of knowledge, after spending almost 5 or 10 years of rigorous training in the you can say localized local temples or the priestly places, after that they can move to the Varanasi or the Kashi for that matter of fact, and certain other places as well, where they could attain the certain further aspects of like spirituality, adhyatma, or the metaphysical aspects of knowledge with the localized uh, pundits and priests over there. So it was not only that the schools or the higher educational institution, and over here, due to the paucity of the time, the Nalanda University, Takshila universities, the mentions are nowhere to be made. So when we talk about, it was not only this if we talk about the education and the women participation or the inclusive aspects of education, it was beyond schools, the localized women, village communities at initial level after attaining a particular stage in the institutions of higher learning, which were being run by the priests. The one thing which turned out to be very important over here, that the pilgrimage of these places proved to be the big source of metaphysical knowledge, the philosophical aspects. And this particular mention is again being in these surveys only. In the mention is found in colonial documents only. And yes, why these repositories are being so minimized, they are being kept so undermined. The reason behind that, the desire for colonial invasion, economy, polity, they can be overtaken only in the absence of knowledge and only with the feeling of inferiority which has to be created among the masses, if you want to maintain the colonial hegemony. So that is why, but at the same time, these documents which are, or these references which are being mentioned over here, they were being utilized for their own administrative document and were least made public. Yes, any other comment?
I request all the other NRCs to join the discussion if you have anything to share with us. Yugandhar garu, Ramesh garu, Ramanjanayal garu, Chakravarti garu, Srinivas garu, please share your inputs. Anybody, not only KRPs, any participant can join to share your opinion or input, argument. Ramesh garu from Visakhapatnam. Ramanjanayal garu, Malakonday garu. Okay, if no kind of inputs are shared by the other NRCs, maybe they are quite convinced by your session. Thank you, Dr. Preeti ji, for sharing your valuable knowledge to all participants of NRCs from Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much for joining us. Namaste. You are muted, ma'am.
Okay. Over here, I would like to just add 2 lines that if somebody is interested in this, specifically for understanding the medical issues, for understanding the base ideas of administration, and for the changing how to cope up with the changing realities, the knowledge of Indian traditional, the Indian knowledge system may prove to be quite a very good reference point. Oh.
Okay, ma'am.
So whatever problem we see, we can't find about the certain things, our social practices, our like certain reference text, they may provide always, at least if not insight, then the direction to seek upon, and which is really required in today's social sciences.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sita Kasturi, for inviting.
Namaste.
Namaste.
ఇప్పుడు మాలకొండయ్య గారు వెల్కమ్. కేఆర్పీస్ అందరూ కొంచెం యాక్టివ్గా ఉండాలండి. ఓన్లీ ఎన్ఆర్సి రాజమండ్రి కేఆర్పీస్ మాత్రమే మాట్లాడితే ఎలాగా? మాలకొండయ్య గారు ఇప్పుడు వచ్చారు, తర్వాత మరి రమేష్ గారు స్టార్టింగ్ లో కనిపించారు, ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నారో లేదో మాకు తెలియట్లేదు. రామాంజనేయులు గారు చాలా యాక్టివ్ గా ఉన్నారు కదా ఢిల్లీలో అందరూ. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. లెట్స్ బ్రేక్ ఫర్ టీ.
మేడం మైక్ కొంచెం ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది మేడం ఇక్కడ ఒంగోలులో.
ఓకే. అలాగే మన యుగంధర్ గారికి కూడా మైక్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది అన్నారు, బట్ టైప్ చేయడం అయినా చేస్తే మేము చదువుతాం. ఇప్పుడు మాకు బాగా వినిపిస్తుందండి మీ మైక్. సో నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ మీరే ఇవ్వండి. ఓకే, బట్ థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి రెస్పాండ్ అయినందుకు. బట్ జస్ట్ చూడండి అండి, డిస్కషన్ పార్ట్ లో ఎవరైనా యాక్టివ్ గా ఉండడానికి ట్రై చేయండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ. నమస్తే.
రామాంజనేయులు గారు, రామాంజనేయులు గారు, అనంతపురం ఎన్ఆర్సి రెస్పాండ్. సార్ రామాంజనేయులు గారు నమస్తే, ఎలా ఉన్నారు?
హలో సార్, చెప్పండి.
ఎలా ఉన్నారు?
ఫైన్ ఫైన్, హౌ ఆర్ యు?
మీరు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వకపోతే మాకు ఏదోలా ఉంది మనసులో.
ఆఫ్లైన్ అంత ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా లేదు కాబట్టి మేము చెప్పాయి.
ఎందుకు అలాగా? ఎందుకు అలాగా?
కొంచెం మధ్యలో మిస్ అవుతుంది, టెక్నికల్ స్నాక్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ. సో కాబట్టి మీరు నాట్ ఏబుల్ టు గెట్ ద థింగ్స్ అన్నమాట రైట్ వే.
ఓకే, వన్ సెకండ్.
టెక్నికల్ గా ఇక్కడ
ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే
ఇక్కడ స్నాక్ ఉంది.
ఆహా,
వినపడటం లేదు, ఒక్కోసారి అసలు పోతుంది.
మీ వాయిస్ సరిగా రావట్లే, కట్ అయిపోతుంది. ఓకే,
మీరు ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా రాజమండ్రిలో చెప్పుకుని.
అవునండి.
చేయండి చేయండి, మీ సొంత ఊరికి వెళ్ళారా?
So once again, I request all NRCs to open their respective videos, cameras. విశాఖపట్నం, అలాగే చిత్తూరు, శ్రీకాకుళం. చెప్పండి సార్.
బాబ్జీ బ్రదర్ ఎక్కడ సార్?
బాబ్జీ గారు ఉన్నారు, అందరూ ఇక్కడే ఉన్నారు. బాబ్జీ గారు, సీతామహాలక్ష్మి గారు. ఓకే ఓకే,
మీరందరూ ఉన్నారు కదా, 9 మంది ఉన్నారు.
అలా కాదుగా, మీరు లేని లోటు తెలుస్తుంది అక్కడ. అది
ఇక్కడ కుదరదు లోటు తీర్చడానికి.
మీరు కొంచెం అప్పుడప్పుడు రెస్పాండ్ అవుతూ ఉండాలి. కేఆర్పి కదా, మీరు నాలెడ్జ్ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ కదా.
బట్ ఫిజికల్ క్లాస్ లో ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా చెప్పాం రండి. ఆన్లైన్ లో మేము కనెక్ట్ అయ్యాం కానీ.
అదేలేండి, ఫిజికల్ గా పెడితే బాగుండేది. సరే, ఏం చేస్తాం. ఓకే, రేపు మనకి హిమాంశు రాయ్ వస్తారు శనివారం. ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఆన్లైన్ అవుతుంది. ఆ విశాఖపట్నం ఒకసారి రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండి. విశాఖపట్నం, శ్రీకాకుళం, అలాగే చిత్తూరు. ప్లీజ్ ఓపెన్ యువర్ కెమెరాస్. In the last session also, where you are not visible and neither visible nor audible, please, because our resource person is waiting. I request other NRCs. విశాఖపట్నం సార్, విశాఖపట్నం ఫోన్ చేయండి. ఎవరున్నారు విశాఖపట్నం? ఎవరున్నారు ఒకసారి ఫోన్ చేయండి. ఎవరు ఫోన్ నెంబర్ ఉంటే ఫోన్ చేయండి ఒకసారి. రమేష్ గారు. అలాగే చిత్తూరు ఉన్నారు. ఇంకోటి శ్రీకాకుళం. సార్ వాళ్ళు కొండలరావు గారు, ఒంగోలు. కొండలరావు మాలకొండ, సారీ, మాలకొండ గారు రెస్పాండ్ అవ్వండి ఒకసారి. మన రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ ఈజ్ వెయిటింగ్. కెమెరా ఆన్ చేయండి ప్లీజ్. అలాగే జీసీఎం, ఇదేంటిది? రవీంద్రనాథ్ అంటే చిత్తూరు, శ్రీకాకుళం, విశాఖపట్నం. ఇదేంటండి ఇది? ఒంగోలు, విశాఖపట్నం, శ్రీకాకుళం. ప్లీజ్ switch on your cameras and respond. Our resource person is waiting. Sir, please start.
Good afternoon, everybody. I request all the NRCs to pay attention to this session. So in this session, we are having Dr. S. Samuel C. Raziv from the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis. He's an associate fellow in this organization, and he was the visiting scholar at BESA Center for Strategic Studies, Bar Ilan University, Israel. And later on, he started working with the Manohar Parkar Institute of Defense Studies Analysis, and is the recipient of President Manohar Parkar Institute of Defense Studies Analysis Award for Excellence for publication in strategic analysis during 2013, 14, and 17. Apart from this, he has published so many influential articles in many national and international journals such as Strategic Analysis, Foreign Policy, Business Standard, the Jerusalem Post. Along with these academic publications, he has got some books to his credit, which are published by Routledge Publications and Pentagon Press. At the moment, his current fellowship is on India's defense exports, issues and challenges. Now, Dr. Rajiv will deliberate upon the Atmanirbharta and India's defense policy. I request Dr. Rajiv to address the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satya. It's a
Sir, 1 minute, sir. Rajiv, sir, 1 minute, sir. All NRCs, please switch on your videos. Vishaka women and Srikakulam women. విశాఖ ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం ఉమెన్ మీరు వీడియోస్ ఆన్ చేసుకోండి.
శ్రీకాకుళం ఉమెన్ వీడియో ఆన్ సార్.
లేదు సార్, మాకు కనిపించట్లేదు. వీడియో ఆఫ్ చేసి కనిపిస్తుంది మాకు. రెండు కూడా ఆన్ చేయండి. విశాఖ ఉమెన్ శ్రీకాకుళం ఉమెన్.
ఈ లైట్
Sir, Rajiv sir, please carry on, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. Are you able to see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. So the title of my talk today is Atmanirbharta and India's Defense Policy. This is the structure of the presentation. I'm going to briefly highlight, some historical aspects on defense self-reliance and what is the need for self-reliance. The reason being, India is a major arms importer. I'm going to briefly highlight the case studies of top 5 defense partners of India: Russia, France, US, Israel, and the United Kingdom. There are 3 key strategies being followed for defense self-reliance. These include defense indigenization, defense procurement, and defense innovation. Not just strategies, we need the money, we need the funds to achieve defense self-reliance. I'm going to briefly highlight some challenges related to defense modernization and budgets. And in the end, I'm going to highlight issues related to defense exports, because if we are self-reliant, we not only procure more from the domestic industry, we not only do defense indigenization, but we also achieved larger defense exports. So some aspects of this I'm going to highlight. Coming to the first part of the topic towards Atmanirbharta, what does it mean? All of us are aware of this, but I'm just briefly highlight. This is not an economic independence policy, but it means economic strength and resilience to vulnerabilities. It does not mean self-sufficiency. When we mean Atmanirbharta, it's self-reliance and not self-sufficiency. What is the difference? Self-sufficiency is the ability to make everything by ourselves without depending on anybody. Atmanirbharta does not mean that. What it means is it gives us the freedom of choice, the freedom of the ability to do the things that we want to do without depending on anybody too much. There's a long history to India's efforts to achieve self-reliance in the defense sector, going back to 1992, when a self-reliance committee was established under the chairmanship of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who was then the scientific advisor to the defense minister. The Kalam committee created what was termed as a self-reliance index. How did they create this index? It's a very simple index. What they decided was, how much is the percentage share of the domestic procurement in the total procurement of the country? As per the calculations, they came to the conclusion that it was 30%. Their vision was to achieve a 70% self-reliance index by 2005. This was obviously not achieved. More recently, in the past 10 years, the government has taken a series of policy measures to achieve self-reliance. These are, as I pointed out, relate to the three broad efforts towards defense indigenization, domestic procurement, and defense innovation. These are the efforts to make India's defense industrial complex more competitive and to make India as a hub of defense manufacturing excellence and part of the global defense supply chains. All of us are aware in the aftermath of COVID, Finance Minister announced a series of measures towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, and some of them were relevant to the defense sector also. Currently, we are the fifth largest economy and the fastest growing large economy. So obviously, these efforts are very valid and relevant. Coming to the need for self-reliance, why do we need self-reliance in the defense sector? There is one and only reason, because we are a major arms importer. India has been one of the largest arms importers in the defense equipment in the world. For instance, 2017-21, we were the largest importer, and even now, 2019 to 23, we continue to be the largest importer, followed by other countries like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Australia, and China. India has been the top recipient of Russian, French, and Israeli arms during this period. As a percentage of global arms imports, almost more than 10%, 14% during 2011-15, and 11% during 2017-21. Again, if you look at the top arms exporters to India, these are the top 5 countries: Russia, France, US, Israel, and the United Kingdom. The figures that you see are the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute trend indicator values in millions. These are not the exact, values. The CIPRI has a methodology, but this gives us the trends. So if we take this into account, about 12.5 billion dollars of Russian arms have been to India in the past 10 years, 2014 to 23, and about 5.5 billion of French arms to India, and about 3.5 billion of American arms, and about 3.2 billion dollars of Israeli arms, and about 700 million odd of British arms. Now, how much of a percentage of these individual countries' total arms exports has India got? Russia, for instance, we've imported about 27% of Russia's total arms exports during this period. France, again, we've imported about 21% of its arms. The Americans, about 3% of total arms imports. Israelis, about 40% of the total arms exports have been to India in the past decade, and the British, about 6%. So if you look at individual countries, some brief highlights of this. These are the Russia's arms exports in the past 2 decades, from 2000 to 21. India obviously accounts for the largest share of the arms exports of Russia, followed by China and Algeria and other countries. And there have been some issues with Russia's arms imports to India in recent times, especially because of American sanctions on Russia and their ability to supply towards equipment which has already been contracted. But despite this, Russia continues to be one of the major arms importers, and we continue to be one of the major importers of Russian arms. If you look at French arms exports to India, again, India was the number 2 country in the past 2 decades. If we take as an example, the UAE was a top country, top recipient of French arms, followed by India and China. And this is the, in euros million, the exact amount. If you look at it in the past decade, 2010 to 2020 period, it's been a huge spike in 2020. This was as a result of India's imports of the French Rafale fighter jets. Again, if you look at the American arms, we don't figure here in the top 10, recipient of American arms, because as I pointed out in the previous slides, we just account for about 3% of American, arms in the past 10 years, 2014 to 23. But this is just again over a longer period. Even here, we don't figure in the top 10%. But this is the trend indicator values of US arms exports to India. It's a significant spike in the recent decade, especially after 2012, where we have got a huge range of equipment, from the Americans, including transport helicopters, maritime patrol and reconnaissance aircraft, attack helicopters, anti-submarine helicopters, heavy transport aircraft, and the foreign military sales to India in the past, from 2017 to 21 itself, was about nearly $5 billion. If you look at it in the previous, almost 50, 60 years, in the previous 50 years, it was just about $8 billion. So again, I want to repeat this. So from 1950 to 2016, The foreign military sales from America to India was about $8.5 billion. From 2017 to 21, it was nearly $5 billion. So obviously, India was also designated as a major defense partner of the Americans in 2016. If you look at the Israeli arms exports, India is the top arms importer from Israel. 40%, again, I've pointed out in the past decade of Israeli arms have been to India. And again, these are the trend indicator values of Israeli arms. So, missiles and sensors overwhelmingly account for Israel's defense exports to India. There's a huge political relationship with Israel. Some of the procurement that we have done from Israel include Barak missiles, quick reaction missiles and UAVs, the Heron UAVs, the Spike anti-tank guided missiles, the Spice smart bombs, and many other UAVs. So again, if you look at the British exports to India, again, we are the number 3 position. If you take this period, 2000 to 21, Saudi Arabia is the top recipient of British arms, followed by the Americans. Again, in euros million, again, in recent times, we have seen some spike from Britain. But generally, Britain has exports arms to countries in the Middle East mostly, and there's a lot of close relationship between Britain and America. So, but some of the key equipment that we got from Britain include Jaguar, the fighter aircraft. We're getting howitzers from them and the advanced fighter trainer aircraft. But there's a lot of scope for increasing imports from and technological cooperation with Britain, given that they have a lot of technology related to aircraft engines and maritime engines, and among other high technologies. So this is the reality of India's arms imports. We are one of the biggest arms imports. What are we doing to reduce the imports? There are 3 key strategies being followed to achieve strategic self-reliance, and the aim is to reduce imports by at least $2 billion by the year 2025. And what are the strategies? Again, defense indigenization, domestic procurement. The armed forces are increasingly inducting made in India equipment. If you look at the LCA Tejas, the fighter aircraft, infantry combat vehicles made by the Tatas, the DRDO, the advanced light helicopters, the aircraft carrier like Vikrant, and then domestic innovation. Going forward, I'm going to briefly highlight some key aspects relating to each of these topics. Defense indigenization, to begin with, there is what is called the Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020. It deals with India's capital acquisition decisions of the Ministry of Defense. There is a mandatory indigenous content in procurement contracts. What does this mean? If India or if the Ministry of Defense has put an order for any equipment purchase, there is a mandatory indigenous content in that contract, which means that if at least 50% or more of that contract has to be made in India by Indian companies. So, and again, this is one part of the step policy measure that we have taken to enhance defense indigenization. The other steps include what all of us are aware of this, what is called the positive indigenization list. More than 5 of them, major lists have been released. What do these lists contain? They contain items which we have been importing in the past, but going forward, we are not going to import these items. So there is an embargo on imports of more than 5,000 items as part of the list. There's again something called a strategic partnership model. What does this model entail? It requires Indian companies to get into strategic tie-ups with foreign original equipment manufacturers to establish factories within India to make in India for the Indian Armed Forces. So this model has been in the works now since 2017, but there is no project as part of this model. But recently there was news that going forward, India and German company, the TKMS, ThyssenKrupp, are going to manufacture submarines in India in association with either the domestic private sector unit, domestic public sector unit, DPSU, the Mazagon Dock, or a private sector unit like the Larsen and Toubro. If that happens, it will be a success of the strategic partnership model. There is also what is called the Srijan Defense Indigenization Portal. This was launched in 2020, which contains about more than 30,000 items which are being imported. And this has been uploaded in the portal for the benefit of the local domestic industry. And the aim is to indigenize these equipment, components, and parts, and to desist from importing them from going forward. And again, there are different industrial corridors which have been established in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. thousands of crores have been pledged and in these corridors by Indian domestic private sector involved in the defense industries. There are aerospace and defense parks as part of these industrial corridors. There are testing centers. There are maintenance and repair and overhaul facilities. Foreign direct investment again is another important tool to enhance defense indigenization. The FDI in the defense sector has more than doubled since 2014. For instance, before 2014, about 1,300 crores was the FDI received in the defense sector. After 2014, it is almost tripled to 3,757 crores. So the total FDI in the defense sector is about 5,000 crores. Majority of it which has been received after 2014. And if you look at indigenous design and development, India is building its own warships, its own, for instance, the example I'm highlighting here, this is the frigates which have been built by the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau. The Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau has also built the INS Vikrant. So, for instance, the 3/4 of the orders of this frigate, for instance, the INS Vindhyagiri, was sourced locally. This was launched in August 2013. So again, indigenous design, we are building nuclear ballistic submarines. We are building main battle tanks. We are building obviously a lot of other equipment also, like intercontinental ballistic missiles, the LCA Tejas that I've pointed out, and cutting edge equipment also that is required to be, that goes into the making of these cutting edge, platforms. For instance, special alloys or special purpose steels, we are making them domestically. So there is a success of indigenous design and development. Again, the LCA Tejas is a very prominent example. It's a lightweight all-weather fighter aircraft. The indigenous content of this aircraft is expected to go beyond 70% in the next 3 to 4 years. There are a lot of systems that we are making, indigenously, including flight control systems and among other things. But obviously, the fighter is powered by a foreign engine, the American GE 404 engine. But going forward, we hope to make at least 80% of the parts of this engine within India. The 2 production lines in Bengaluru and another production line is being established in Nasik. The aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, which is the largest ever warship built in India, dedicated to the nation in September 2022 by Prime Minister Modi. And again, this is again a huge example of domestic design and development. If you look at India's defense production, it has crossed the 100,000 crore mark in 22-23 for the first time. It was 108,000 crore. And the DPSUs, the defense public sector units, account for the bulk of the defense production, about 70%. The aim is to achieve a defense production target of 150,000 crores by 2025, and we are on track to achieve that. And given that the DPSUs are at the forefront of domestic defense production, some of the DPSUs like Hindustan Aeronautics and the Bharat Electronics Limited or the Mazagon Dock Limited are some of the biggest defense companies in the world. The CIPRI 2023 top 100 defense companies in the world, HAL is in the 41st position, the Bell is in 63rd position, and the MDL is in 83rd position with sales of more than $5 billion cumulatively. So what about defense innovation? We have started what are called the IDEX scheme, which is called the Innovation for Defense Excellence. It was started in 2018. It seeks to provide funding to startups and the MSMEs, if they have some idea which they want to put it into production along in collaboration with the Indian industry, the MOD gives them money. And there is what is called the Technology Development Fund also. There's other schemes recently which was launched, which is called the Aditi scheme. So just launched last month. So the range of amount that the government of India gives to the MSMEs and startups ranging from 1.5 crores to the Aditi schemes that now give at least, I think, 25 crores. So, all of this is to promote innovation in critical and strategic defense technologies and for strengthening, deep technologies for defense purposes. The finance minister also announced a scheme of 100,000 crores in February 2024 to provide long-term financing to the private sector for research and innovation in the sunrise sectors. So, and apart from defense indigenization, defense innovation, we're also the Indian MOD is also procuring more from the domestic defense industry. This is the domestic capital. This is the defense capital procurement budget, for instance, in 21-22. Is about 53,000 crores in sorry, 19. I'm not able to see it here in the slide, but still, you know, I think this got stuck. Just give me a minute. You're able to hear me?
Yes, Dr. Raju, you can continue. We are able
Yeah,
to hear
I'm
you.
sorry. So I think that my slides are stuck. So just one second. I'll just continue. So the point I was making was, apart from defense indigenization and defense innovation, we're also defense industry. So I'll just start the slide now. One second. Yes. So yeah, yes, please. So if you're able to see this, so if you look at the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, increasingly they're procuring more from the domestic industry. So if you look at the Army, it's more than 80% of its procurement during the years that I've highlighted, 2017 to 22, are from the domestic industry. The Air Force initially was very less, with 16%, but now it is reached almost 60%. Air Force, it's understandable because it's the equipment that they have, the high technology fighter aircraft, most of them are imported from other countries. So there, the indigenous content was not there, but it is now growing, forward more. So those are the issues, the three strategies that are being followed to help, defense self-reliance. Going forward, how do you fund issues relating to defense budget? I'm going to briefly highlight. So if you look at the latest defense budget in 24-25, about 621,000 crores was the defense budget, which is about 13% of the total union budget. It's about 4%, about 5% higher than the defense budget last year. Largest chunk of the union budget goes to the defense. The average annual percentage of defense budget since 2014-15 has been 15.6% of the central government expenditure. The Standing Committee on Defense has suggested that the defense budget should at least be 3% of the GDP. It was around 2% in the last year. But the Ministry of Defense has been saying that the funds allocated are commensurate with the requirements of the armed forces. Again, the Standing Committee of Defense 5 years ago said that the army equipment profile should be at least 30% new and 40% current. But the army informed the Standing Committee on Defense that only 15% can be categorized as new. So obviously there is some time to go before we reach the ideal stage of 30, 40, 30. So obviously there are issues with defense modernization. It's not just related to Army and Navy and the Air Force also. But then what is important to note that the modernization budgets have been increasing and they have shown significant growth in the past decade. If you look at the Army's modernization budget, what is called the modernization budget is the defense budget has 4 parts: the MOD civil, the capital budget, the revenue budget, and the defense pensions. So the modernization budget is part of the capital budget. So this modernization budget, which is part of the capital budget, has seen an average annual increase of 13% for the Army in the past 10 years, while the Navy and the Air Force have also seen an increase of 11 and 4% respectively. The Air Force, though, accounts for the bulk of the modernization budget allocations at more than 385,000 crores, as against 273,000 crores for the Navy and about 200,000 crores for the Army. So again, the capital outlay expenditure has seen a greater growth in the revenue expenditure during the past, in the past decade. But again, it is a fact that the larger chunk of the defense budget goes to the revenue expenditure. What does the revenue expenditure deal with? It deals with maintenance, it deals with establishment expenditure, among other aspects. So there is no doubt that there's a capital expenditure is rising, no doubt that the modernization expenditure is rising, but still the larger chunk of the budget goes towards the revenue expenditure. So, so the Ministry of Defense keeps pointing this out, that the modernization budget is growing consistently. But again, another aspect is the R&D budget. So the research and development budget is also not quite adequate. So for instance, the DRDO budget is termed as the R&D budget. About 53% of the DRDO budget goes towards the revenue allocations, and just about 40%, 42%, 46% goes towards the capital allocations. Even among this capital allocation, the actual R&D budget was about 5,000 crores last year, which is about just 20% of the total DRDO budget. Even out of this, just about and 25% of this 5,000 crores has to be spent on the private sector, as per the government decision last year. So those are the aspects that I wanted to highlight. And going forward, all of these steps are actually steps that the government has taken in the past decade are making are leading to a lot of change on the ground in terms of not just domestic indigenization, not just domestic procurement, not just defense innovation, but a key implication of self-reliance is our rising defense exports. And going forward, and I'm going to briefly highlight some aspects relating to defense exports. If you look at India's defense exports, they've seen a cumulative growth. This was the latest figures, just which came out a few days ago, but 21,000 crores. So we've exported about cumulatively more than 80,000 crores in the past decade. Aim is to achieve a defense export target of $5 billion by 2025. In 2023-24 exports about $2.5 billion, and aim is to become part of the global defense value chain. So if you look at arms exports by India, it's since the past 2 decades, it's not much, but these are the countries that we have exported to, mostly even to Afghanistan. We've given some helicopters, and Myanmar is a spike because we've given some ship-related equipment and offshore patrol vessels, and we've also given a submarine to Myanmar, second-hand submarine, but still, so the CIPRI values, capture that spike. Sri Lanka, we've given a lot of maritime equipment, offshore patrol vessels. We've given maritime reconnaissance aircrafts to countries like Seychelles and among others. Going forward, I'm going to briefly highlight some of the aspects. If you look at arms exports by weapons category, ships make up the largest weapons, and followed by aircraft and sensors. Sensors are basically radars. So essentially, nearly 60% of our India's exports relate to ships. Ships meaning offshore patrol vessels, among others. So again, globally, if you look at the major exporters, aircrafts are the major category of exports. If you look at the Americans, if you look at the Russians, and about 5% of global exports relate to aircraft exports. But if you look at countries like Israel, if you in the bottom right corner, at the bottom left for you, I think. So Israel does not make a lot of platforms. It does not make aircrafts or ships. What it makes is it makes a lot of missiles and sensors. So obviously, the Israeli arms exports, majority of them relate to missiles and sensors. Otherwise, mostly the Americans, the British, the Chinese, or the French, or the UK, most of them export aircraft. So if you look at India's story, DPSU defense export, it was in the private sector actually now coming to occupy the largest share of defense exports. DPSUs, there's a reducing share. And if you in crores, if you look at the Bharat Electronics Limited, which makes a lot of radars and sensors, accounts for the largest share of the DPSU exports, followed by the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So 33% of India's DPSU exports are by the Bharat Electronics Limited, followed by 26% by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. The Ordnance Factory Boards also export equipment, but not much, just about 2%, less than 2% of India's export. But still, this is the equipment and exports by the Ordnance Factory Boards. So again, some data which are related to DPSU. So we've done lots of these exports are there as a result of the conscious decision, conscious policy efforts with the government, and some of the defense export strategy papers I want to highlight for your benefit. One is called the defense export strategy, which was put forward in 2014. It called for the need to be more proactive, for the Indian embassies to be more proactive in promoting defense exports and other aspects. The defense production policy 2018, for instance, Again, it had some similar, suggestions. But I'm going to highlight the DPEP, the Draft Defense Production Export Promotion Policy, which was it put forward in 2020. It pointed out that the size of the domestic industry at 2019-20 was about 80,000 crores. As I've pointed out in the defense production slide, it's now more than 100,000 crores, 108,000 crores to be specific. There are more than 600 licenses have been given to the private sector defense companies. More than 8,000 to 10,000 MSMEs are there in the defense sector. The vision is, as per the draft defense production and export promotion policy, is for India to become one of the leading countries in the world in the defense sector, including in the aerospace and the naval shipbuilding sectors. And the goals and the objectives are to achieve a turnover of $25 billion, 175,000 crores in defense production by 2025, and exports of 35,000 crores of $5 billion by 2025. Right now, we are at 108,000 crores and exports of about 21,000 crores. So there is hope that we can achieve exports of 25,000 crores, but there is a lot of challenges. And also the aim is to create Indian intellectual property ownership. There are 8 focus areas as part of the DPEPP, the Draft Defense Production and Export Promotion Policies. These are related to procurement reforms, indigenization, support to MSMEs and startups, resource allocation optimization, investment promotion, and ease of doing business, innovation and defense R&D, and focus on DPSUs in the ordnance factory board, and then quality assurance and testing infrastructure, and then export promotion. So there are lots of steps as part of the each individual aspect, including on export promotion, for instance, on what they wanted. What this policy promulgated was, the defense attaches have to be, encouraged to promote India's defense exports. Each embassy has a defense attache, at least in the major countries, and these defense attaches are even giving some monetary help to market the Indian defense products. And there are lots of marketing events like Aero India, defense expos, which are being conducted. So the quality and testing infrastructure has been improved. So all of this is to help defense exports, and there are schemes to help promote defense exports. For instance, there was a scheme for the promotion of defense exports in 2018. Certificates are being promoted to Indian defense companies so that they can help the marketability of those companies in the foreign market. The defense attaché scheme that I pointed out, financial support to defense attaches for undertaking outreach activities and market studies. The countries have been categorized as in different categories, A, B, and C, and money allocated to defense attaches accordingly. So these are some of the countries, focus countries of areas in West Asia and South Asia and Southeast Asia primarily, and also in Africa. There are institutional changes which have been made. There's an export promotion cell which has been created in the Department of Defense Production. There is the standard operating procedures for issue of no objection certificate. Export authorizations are being made more easier. There's the export portal for the promotion of defense leads, the defenseexim.gov.in, which has been created. The product license, export licenses, DRDO is helping, a lot of equipment that is in India is exporting. Our DRDO developed equipment. The technology is being transferred to Indian defense companies, and these companies are exporting to other countries. BrahMos was a major export deal that we have recently signed in January 2022, $375 million. We have signed deals with torpedoes with Myanmar. There are also possible exports to other countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, in Southeast Asia and Africa, and among others. So these are some of the major ships that we have exported, built by the Garden Reach shipbuilders and engineers, some of the offshore patrol vessels to countries like Seychelles and Mauritius. Again, some examples to Sri Lanka. Largest ever ship that India has exported is to Sri Lanka, which was an offshore patrol vessel in 2017. So again, we have given such missiles, such ships to other countries also, helicopters, the advanced light helicopters, Dhruv to Nepal, among other countries, and some countries in South America also, and maritime reconnaissance aircraft in countries in neighborhood, Maldives, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, and among other countries. So, so there have been, of course, some misses. We have not been able to export some equipment even after, being shortlisted in the tender. For instance, the LCA Tejas was shortlisted by the Royal Malaysian Air Force, but we were not able to sell to them. They eventually choose a South Korean aircraft. And again, the Garden Ridge Shipbuilders again was the lowest bidder for a light frigate with the Philippines Navy for a contract worth 300 million. If this was successful, this should have been one of the biggest deals. Remember, the BrahMos deal was about 375 million. So this was also a very big deal, but these were not successful. Eventually, I think some other company from South Korea, the Hyundai Heavy Industries, got the deal. So the DPSUs are also tying up with academic institutions. They're spending a lot of money on research R&D. So to make competitive equipment, globally competitive equipment. If you look at the research and development expenditure spend of some of the DPSUs, which is not bad in comparison with some global, foreign OEMs. If you look at Elbit is a Israeli defense equipment manufacturer. It's one of the biggest defense companies in the world. Aselsan is a Turkish defense company. So, but if you look at the R&D spend of Indian DPSUs like BDL, BEL, or HAL, with Elbit, it's almost commensurate. Turkey obviously spends 20%. This specific Turkish company spend a lot of their money on defense R&D. So the DPSUs are also getting into strategic and marketing partnerships. For instance, the Bharat Electronics Limited has opened marketing offices in countries like Vietnam, Oman, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, among other places. So HAL also has a marketing office now recently in Malaysia. So all of this is to help give more exposure to the Indian defense companies, the kind of equipment they're making, and to see if there is any possibility of exploiting local defense market. So hopefully going forward, we will be successful in expanding more defense equipment. The Indian government is also making use of, the Indian defense companies are also making use of what is called the lines of credit, the LOCs, to help defense exports. We provide the funds to countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Mauritius, and they use these funds to buy equipment from India in defense companies. So we have more than nearly $2 billion of equipment has been purchased like this, naval ships and helicopters, even private ship, not just by the DPSUs, the government defense companies, but also the private sector defense companies. Like Larsen and Toubro, for instance, was able to give interceptor boats to Vietnam, and Vietnam used money that India gave as part of the LOC line of credit to buy these equipment. So the key focus areas again, Southeast Asia. Why Southeast Asia? If you look at the Southeast Asia defense import, the Southeast Asia is a major defense importer. They spend a lot of money. Singapore, countries like Indonesia, countries like Myanmar and Vietnam, they spend a lot of money on defense import. So India wants to have a share of that defense pie, and so we are focusing on that. If you look at some case study, India, Vietnam, for instance, as I pointed out, we've given them some missile corvettes also, and they've used the lines of credit to buy offshore patrol boats. So again, Africa is another key area apart from Southeast Asia. There is institutional mechanisms like the India-Africa Defense Dialogues. The institute that I work on, which is called the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, is a knowledge partner for the Defense Expo, which is a flagship event of the Ministry of Defense. And my institute also hosts what are called the India-Africa Security Fellowship Program. It gives an opportunity for African scholars to pursue research on defense and security issues in India. Why are we doing all of this? To enhance, engagement with countries in Africa, to have greater, exposure to their requirements, to know what the defense industries there want, so that they can be collaborative efforts can be made to exploit the business opportunities available there. Indian defense industry has a lot of strengths. This Varunastra underwater torpedo, we've given some to Myanmar. The advanced towed artillery guns we have exported. The BrahMos we exported to Philippines. The Akash SAM system we hope to we have given to Armenia, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and we want to export to other countries also. So we want to exploit these defense industries strength made up of defense public sector and the private sector to enhance defense export pie. Going forward again, the LCA Tejas is in the picture. Hopefully, if we get some orders for the LCA Tejas, it will be a game changer because that will be in hundreds of millions of dollars. Hopefully, countries like Argentina and Egypt are showing. Some countries in Africa are also showing an interest. Well, it has to. Some countries want some trainer aircraft also. Even Australia is in the market for a trainer aircraft. Obviously, there's a lot of tough competition. Countries like Boeing, which are in joint ventures with Swedish company, and countries like Lockheed Martin, which are in joint venture with a Korean company, and the Italian company also in the fray. But the Tejas has to overcome this competition and succeed if it has to succeed. And again, pointing out possibility of BrahMos and Varunastra, I pointed out also. So the DPCs are also actively responding to the requests for information and requests for proposals in other countries. So and hopefully going forward, we should see a greater increase of defense export. So in closing, I want to point out that there is the Atmanirbharta or self-reliance is being realized incrementally, but surely. There is an unmistakable intent and resolve on the part of the government of India to achieve defense self-reliance. There have been incremental and significant changes in not just institutional structures, but the policy framework. I've pointed out some examples, for instance, related to the defense exports, strategy for defense exports, defense production and export promotion policy, the creation of the defense export cell within the Department of Defense Production. So all of these are steps which the government has taken to help the cause of defense and reliance. The defense ecosystem has become more dynamic. The DPSUs, for instance, are getting more focus on defense R&D. There's a greater focus on marketing partnerships. There is a greater focus on defense indigenization. The OFB, the Ordnance Factory Boards, have been corporatized. There, earlier there was just the Ordnance Factory Board. Now there are 5 or 6, corporate entities dealing with each niche area. For instance, munitions. That is what is called Munitions India Limited. So there are niche, companies run on the lines of private sector companies. There are rising defense exports. There are some highlights of it I have pointed out. The rising defense domestic procurement. How the armies, 80% of the army's domestic procurement is from domestic sources. The Air Force's procurement is also risen from about 15 to 20% a few years ago to now to nearly 60% now. There's a focus on defense innovation. A lot of schemes that I've pointed out that India has been doing, that the Ministry of Defense has been doing, the IDEX schemes, the technology development funds, the recently launched the Aditi scheme, focusing on critical technologies. So going forward, the aim is not only to become self-reliant, but also part of the global defense supply chains. And defense sector is expected to contribute significantly to economic growth and well-being. I'm going to end my presentation here. If there is any queries, I'm going to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv.
Yes, please.
This concept of Atmanirbharta has still remained in the domain of journalism. It hasn't yet made into the as a concept in political science. It is yet to make it a debate in the political science. However, your presentation and the statistics that you have presented regarding the Indian defense imports and exports, it's quite elaborate. And from your presentation, we can understand that the India has been importing from the technologically advanced countries, and it is exporting to those countries which are lagging behind.
Yes.
So we are thankful for your presentation, and I request all the NRCs to respond on this.
This is coming from NRC.
Sir, am I audible, sir? Is it audible, sir?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. The presentation is very informative for us. The data and figures are so impressive, and it's really your session has rose our spirits about our Indian defense system and all. My question is, there is a general perception that accountability and transparency are missing in this defense budget and expenditure. Is it really allowing concern for us, or is it any other Western propaganda instance? Could you please share this?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat it? The defense budget.
It is generally considered that the Indian defense budget and expenditure, spending of defense budget, in lacks accountability and transparency. And is it true? Or is it any other Western propaganda against our defense sector?
So if I understood correctly, I think the question you are asking is India's defense budget expensive, and is
it going effectively?
Is it being used effectively?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I think, as I pointed out in the presentation, the current defense budget for 2024-25 budget estimates 621,000 crores, 621,000 odd crores, which is about 5% more than last year. Out of this, about 25 to 27% deals with the capital acquisition. So about 75% of the India's defense budget goes towards revenue expenditure, goes towards establishment expenditure, it goes towards defense pensions. Defense pensions are a very important part. So the point that most analysts, most experts make is, India's defense budget is not adequate to fund India's defense modernization. The Standing Committee on Defense pointed out that India's defense budget has to be at least 3% of the GDP to help fund India's modernization goals. Currently, it's about less than 2%. But the Ministry of Defense has been saying that this money is enough because it's not just allocating money, it's about spending the money. What happens is during some years is there is money allocated, and sometimes this is not happening right now, but in previous years, even the Ministry of Defense had to revert back some of the money that was allocated to it during that financial year, because it was not able to use that money. So because either there was no schemes, or it was not buying some equipment it was supposed to buy, and because of that it was allocated the money, but the contract was not concluded. So the money had to be given back to the Ministry of Finance. So the Ministry of Defense has been saying that the money that has been allocated now is sufficient, and going forward, and there is no problem of the Ministry of Defense not being funded adequately if the MOD requires some money to buy some equipment. For instance, in the recent years, it needed money to enhance its capabilities on the India-China border. So the Ministry of Finance gave that money to the MOD. So these kinds of things are there. So, but globally, if you look at it, obviously, or even regionally, if you look at the example of China, or it's spending a lot of money on defense modernization, on strategic forces modernization, on its nuclear force modernization, and the Americans obviously are the biggest spenders, and countries like Pakistan also, even if their economy is in the doldrums, but they're still spending money on defense, aimed at India. So obviously, we are in a very difficult neighborhood. So but as I pointed out, defense occupies the largest chunk of the defense budget. Nearly 13%, if I'm not mistaken, of the defense budget goes to defense. So there is a limitation on the part of the government to spend more than this amount on defense, because obviously there are development requirements, there are infrastructural requirements, and other requirements which the government has, the education requirements, health requirements. So the government has to spend money on those also. So, but as I pointed out in my presentation, defense continues to occupy a large chunk of the defense budget. It is almost 10 to 15% of the central government expenditure. So, but even if it is a large chunk of central government expenditure, it is a fact that the modernization requirements are still huge. And I have given you the example of the army modernization expenditure, and it is just about 15% of the army's current equipment profile is what can be termed as new equipment, while with the parliament says at least 30% has to be new and 40% current and 30% old equipment. It is not like that. So hopefully going forward, as the economy grows and more of the economic pie can be, given to the Ministry of Defense, as indeed to every other part of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any questions or additions from other NRCs? Sir, please.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I am Ramesh Babu, GDC, Women's College from Visakhapatnam.
Sir.
Sir, my submission is that India had the defense policy of importing, procuring, and exporting.
Yes, sir.
While we are having a budget of nearly 40 lakh crores of rupees. From out of this, we are expecting for the development of country. At the same time, we are having enemies from both sides, from west and northwest. To counter this threat, can we produce more weapons with exploiting the available know-how in future, sir?
Yes, sir. That's a very good question. Absolutely, sir. I think when I pointed out, when I give you the brief highlights about India's defense innovation, defense R&D, the whole effort of defense innovation and defense R&D is to ensure that we produce cutting-edge equipment using locally available, knowledge, locally available resources. If you look at the DRDO, for instance, it is a defense research and development organization. It is a primary, defense R&D organization in the country. 2023-24, it is about 23,000 crores was the defense DRDO budget, but actual R&D expenditure out of these 23,000 crores was only 5,000 crores. So just about, about 20% odd of the DRDO budget went into R&D. In order to help the growth of the defense R&D ecosystem in the country, the government has put in place a lot of innovative schemes. Some of them I've highlighted, sir, in my presentation. I talked about the IDEX scheme, which is the Innovation for Defense Excellence, started about 5 years ago. Again, what is with about 1.5 crores given to MSMEs and startups. Again, it was raised to, I think, about 10 crores, IDEX Prime, IDEX Fauji. Again, it was a scheme specifically to those in the armed forces. The point important to note here is that in the users, for instance, the armed forces, they are in the pole position to help develop cutting edge and innovative products. If you look at the examples of countries like Israel, of which I have some experience, so the army, there is a lot of, it's compulsory military training for most of the people, most of the soldiers there. They are involved in not just fighting, they're involved in developing equipment because they know what is required, they know the requirements, they know what are the limitations, they know the vulnerabilities. So they are at the forefront of developing cutting edge technologies, the soldiers themselves in countries like Israel. So we wanted to replicate similar examples in our case. So the government put forward what is called the IDEX for 4G scheme, to giving money to soldiers to help them develop equipment or niche technologies. So again, recently I pointed out the Aditi scheme. The scheme is about 750 crores corpus, which has to be spent by 2026 or 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So, and the maximum project per project is about 25 crores. So if you're talking of IDEX, which was started in 2018, which is 1.5 crores, now we are saying we're giving in 25 crores per project. So I think this just shows that the government is using every measure possible to help the growth of the domestic defense R&D and the domestic innovative ecosystem. As you have pointed out, and hopefully these startups are going to give cutting edge equipment, and it is happening as we speak. The MOD is placing orders with some startups for getting equipment like drones, for instance, like swarm drones and other other aspects like thermal imagers. And so there are many equipment that the Ministry of Defense is procuring from these MSMEs and startups. So going forward, hopefully these MSMEs and startups will account for the larger share of the defense procurement from India. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Rajiv. On behalf of Commissionerate of College Education and NRC Rajamahendravaram, so we are very much thankful to you for your elaborate presentation. And with this, we conclude today's session. And all the KRPs are requested to take over the remaining part of the session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sat.